Okay, we're live. Welcome, everybody. As I get my audio right, hello, Christina. As I get my audio adjusted, today we're going to be looking at Kendra's Kendra's dating show. Um, I hope everybody has their wine. We're going to be looking at two episodes in particular. We might watch them all the way through, but they're like an hour long each, so probably not. Um, and I'm going to play my intro and we can get right into it. Okay. Before we look at that, I wanted to show you guys something that I literally just found right before I started streaming. Let me share my screen. Hello, LB. I literally just found this, and it is important. It is important. What I found is important. So let me share it. Let me figure out how to share it first. Okay, I found it. I'm just going to go on mute and we can listen together.
Say goodnight, and he was crying because of the abuse that he was enduring in this school system.
Then why did you stay in Mexico?
You need to leave.
I never knew that came from something. So I never knew that came from that. Within the context of the video, it's actually a very wholesome moment. I thought it was like a soundbite from a white womaning, and no, it's just like this woman who's like, I won't stand for racism around me. So that's cool. I like that. I literally just found that. It was important to share to lighten the mood before we get into Kendra's show. As well as that, to lighten the mood. Hello, Gozy. As well as that, to lighten the mood, we have some golden schlager with light apple juice, which is an underrated combo. The gold flakes are getting stuck in my windpipe, but it's fine. It's fine. So Kendra has her dating show, and the reason I wanted to look at it is because I saw, first of all, to me, it's like Black culture. This is just like the best example of Black culture that I could find anywhere, because it perfectly embodies what I think is going on in the Black community, at least as far as relationships. So I wanted to critique a few of the people who are on her live streams. Also, we are preparing to go on Kendra's show, maybe in like a few days. Actually, I don't think she's doing one this weekend, so it might be Monday, or I don't know. I don't know when her next show is, but we are preparing. So in order to prepare, I thought we'd watch a little bit. I thought we would just watch a little bit. And let's see. There was one more that I had. And this is one that my friend sent me. So it was white peopling, because white people are now a marginalized group. And hello, Kenny. And they want their voice to be heard. So I wanted to see if I can find that so we can hear their voices. I don't even remember where I saw that. Maybe that was on here. Oh no, I know where it was. Obscure website. I have no idea how to pull this up. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I actually don't know how to use the internet that well. I just look like I do because I'm young. But no, in reality, I have no idea. Where is it? Okay, I don't have it saved. I really wish I did, because it was, look, y'all, there's a campaign ad out there, and it's talking about white people are marginalized and we're tired of people calling us mayonnaise. And yeah, I don't know what's going on with the whites, but I mean, they are going through it. So I'm gonna put this on the screen, and we can watch Kendra's show together. Okay, hopefully everybody can see. Welcome, Lambie, Lola, Yasmin, and London. I haven't seen you in a while, London. Let me find out you out here working at a job instead of on my stream. You need to quit.
Hello, everyone. Happy Monday night. YouTube, happy Monday night. You know, we only have one prayer for YouTube, child. And that is good for you because I feel like your Wi-Fi messing up, my Wi-Fi messing up. We don't want to have those issues. So, with that being said, let's go right into our show. Also, subscribe to the YouTube if you're not already subscribed. Like this post, like this broadcast, and share. If you're on Instagram, if you're on Facebook or YouTube. But welcome, people. We are live on Halloween night. It's Halloween. Let's see who this is. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what's your name?
Hakeem.
Hakeem.
So let me pause and see if I can. Hello, Bella. Let me see if I can put the live chat on the screen because there was stuff in the live chat that I really wanted to play out. Or I can put it like this. Can you guys see it this way? Or does the is the audio fine? Or do I need to go on mute? Yeah, Kendra looks nice in this. The person on the other side of the screen, well, I try not to judge people by looks, so I won't say what I was going to say. It's fine.
Where are you calling me from, Bo?
North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Where?
North Myrtle Beach in South Carolina.
South Carolina. How old are you?
Double nickels, 55.
55? Okay, I think 55. Yeah. What do you do for a living, Hakeem?
Let me just point out that double nickels is a very old people term. You will not catch anybody under 31 saying double nickels ever. I've never heard that in my life. That's how I know it's for old people. And if you feel offended, you should.
I'm retired. I used to be an accountant in New York City, and I'm also a retired veteran.
Okay, retired. This is Hakeem, South Carolina, 55, retired. You have any kids?
My kids are grown. One's 23, one's 18, one's finished college, the other one just started college.
How many kids?
2.
2 kids. How old are they? 23 and 18?
Yep, both in college.
Was you once married?
Oh, yeah. I was married. I was married for 21 years.
When did you get divorced?
We divorced 2019.
I mean, if you don't mind answering, why did you guys get a divorce?
I think she had that midlife crisis, and she seemed like there was a lot of things she felt like she hadn't done because all we did was raise kids from beginning to end. So, I respected that. I couldn't do nothing else but wish her well, continue raising the children because they stayed with me, and everybody's happy. We still get.
That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. So he was married for 21 years, and apparently his ex-wife gave up her entire life to raise his children in his household. And he was like, "Okay, that's fair." I would have thought he would have been more angry based on how I see a lot of men and what they feel about housewives, but he doesn't seem to be like blaming it on her. He's just like, "Hey, that's fair actually." So far. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking this is okay. She realized this ain't it. That's what it sounded like. She was like, "Wait a minute." And that's what I hear from a lot of older women who are like sacrificing their life for their kids. That sounded bad the way I worded it, but yeah, that's how it turns out. I think a lot of people regret giving up their whole life to have children. That's why I don't have any currently. How old was she when she married? Let me see. How old did he say he was? I'm assuming. Hopefully they were around the same age. I'm right. I'm just taking some notes. So he was married for 21 years, then divorced because his wife said that's enough. He has 2 kids and they're in their 20s. 55? He said he was oh yeah, he's 55. And they've been married for 21 years. So I mean, we know he was 35 when he married. 34. Okay, just writing some things to see if we can add up some things. Because what if we find something out?
Get along and communicate and everything's good.
Also, she left you with the kids.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Did she pay you child support during that? Just curious.
No, I asked that they don't do that. I didn't. I just wanted her to go ahead and do what she needed to do. I had my money right, so I wasn't worried about that.
Okay. Hakeem, South Carolina.
And let me just pause again and say this is what a real man does. A real man will take the children off of the woman's hand. He won't ask for child support. This is just simply real man rhetoric right here. And I absolutely support drop them kids off and all that good stuff.
And a 55 retired. When's your birthday? Zodiac sign?
June 23rd, 1967. I came with an A.
Hakeem. Okay.
Yeah.
What's your zodiac sign?
Cancer.
Cancer. Hakeem. Hakeem. Am I saying it right now? Hakeem?
Ah.
Hakeem.
Like coming to America.
Hakeem.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I was saying, but maybe I wasn't. Hakeem, what kind of woman are you looking for, babe?
On level of maturity, I wanted to have some level of maturity. Maybe have some kind of, establish herself a little bit goals wise, as far as maybe she's had a career, or maybe she's well into a career. If she is retired like me, that's better because traveling is easier for us. And as far as age, I mean, I never really put an age to it. It's about.
Hold up. Mature, established, career, retired. I feel like this is a contradiction of values. Well, okay, you can be established without a career. He said retired. So retired to me implies that you're able to retire, I think means you're well off, right? So that's not a contradiction. His youngest is 18. The oldest was okay. His children. I thought you were saying the age he dates. Okay. So we have our notes updated.
Maturity, because I've dated people in 20s and 30s and 40s, and sometimes somebody in their 40s could be very mature. So it's not like age, it's more like their level of maturity.
What's some deal breakers for you?
If they have addictions, if they have poor communication skills, a lot of cursing and yelling, they don't allow you to have a dialogue. What else? If there's, as far as that person having kids, I prefer to be actually older, like the kids are grown, because when they're younger, you still have a lot of back and forth with the other parent. And I think I'm past that stage. So stuff like that.
Okay. Does she have to make a certain amount of money?
No, it's not really an amount. It's like whatever you're doing, I'm happy with it. You should have your money right. But if you come in, you feel like you are, I'd say, lacking, like your hand is out all the time, then we're coming in a situation where you're more or less coming to me with that mentality. I don't really vibe with that.
Okay. Does she have to be in South Carolina?
No.
What's the age range you would do? You're 55.
I don't have no range. I mean, like I said, I've dated, since I got divorced, I've dated someone in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. The 40s seem to work out good, but I've never dated no one in the 50s. Most have been younger than me.
Should we press on that? Because he said he don't mind. He dated women in 18, 20, 30. I feel like I don't like age gap relationships generally. I think usually there's a power imbalance. Unless you're in your 40s, 50s, like up there, then not so much. But welcome everybody. See you, if I'm saying that right. Concerned. Alert. They divorced in 2019. Hold up. Okay, so they divorced when he was 53 and he was sleeping with some young girls, and he said because young girls can be mature, but old women can also be immature. So I mean, I feel like, look, y'all, mature for like a 18-year-old and mature for a 30-year-old, I feel like are different things. When I was 15, I was mature for my age. I wasn't mature. I was mature for my age. And my boss texted me. I can't work for that man anymore after what he said to me. But mature for your age and mature are two very different things. So what Bellanor just said, why is a 50-year-old man even trying to date a 20-year-old? What do they have in common? He didn't say he was trying, but he did say he was open to it. I have issue with that. I think you need to specify. You need to specify your age range, which for your age, I think maybe 30 and up is appropriate. I still think 30-year-olds are like growing, because the way these 30 look. My mom told me she thought she had everything in order when she was 16. She was so mature and smart. And then my mom told me she turned 18 and she realized she was so immature when she was 18. Then she turned 21 and she realized she was so immature when she was 21. Then she turned 25 and 30 and 35. And you realize that it's kind of like you're growing for all of your life. I think somebody told me when you become 21, instead of counting from 21, he does like a reset. So he's like, at 21, this is my first year being an adult. Then this is my second year, then my third year, then fourth. And he counts like that, so he gets a better gauge of how mature he is. But the fact that he's dating like 30 years younger, no, I can't. What do y'all even talk about? Because what do y'all even talk about? Do y'all know it's folks out there? I don't think my mom knows what a bayang is. She's not down here with us. I don't know how old she is because every year she turns 21. And it's been like that for like since I was born. So I have no idea how old my mom is, but apparently she don't know what a bayang is. I wouldn't trust a 55-year-old that dates under 40. Okay, look, when 35, I think maybe when you hit 35, you've done your growing and you've formed your values and you know yourself at least. And the amount of maturity you gain from that age, I don't know that it's negligible compared to like when you're young. So I don't know, but definitely no, not 20. And you're misunderstanding. He wants an 18-year-old with the mind of an AARP recipient. Yep, that's right. 18, mature, established career woman who is not asking for handouts, retired. Love it. I love it.
Are you open to dating someone around your age?
It depends on the interaction because I'm a very youthful person. I grew up around like hip hop and stuff. So if the person has my mindset, very youthful, yeah, stays in shape, that kind
I must have misheard.
of thing, around like hip hop.
To dating someone around your age?
It depends on the interaction because I'm a very youthful person. I grew up around like hip hop and stuff. So if the person has my mindset, very youthful, yeah, stays in shape, that kind of thing, yeah. But if they're kind of on that other side, then it probably wouldn't work for me. I think communication would be different.
Okay, does a woman have to look a certain way?
No, I've dated all nationalities. I have dated Turkish, Indian, Puerto Rican, Italian, Cuban. Yeah.
Okay, let's see the Kendra can. That's when we see your full body.
All right, cool. Let me get back a little bit. Guess that will work.
Okay, we see.
So this is Akeem, 55. He's youthful and he requires a woman who is who is also youthful like him and in shape like him. So he said he's in shape and he's youthful. And if this is what in shape and youthful is, then sure. I guess I don't see an issue with you requiring an in shape and youthful woman if this is what in shape and youthful is. That's all I'll say about that. Let me see what the comments are saying. These comments are dragging. That laugh chat was dragging him. In shape. Everybody is saying in shape. In shape. Just say you prefer a young woman. Yeah, just say that. Like, so I can call you creepy without having to give like that monologue I just gave you guys about dating within your age range. I can just say, oh, he likes young women. That's a little weird because you're 55. You would think that you date someone maybe like at least established, which most 20, 18 year. Anyway, let's just see a little more of this youthful in shape man.
Yeah. How you doing to myself?
Keeping it tight.
Yes. Hi, Akeem.
Yeah.
All right. What was your last relationship?
That one ended in March of this year.
March of this year. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
March of this year.
Okay. Why do you think you're single, Akeem?
When you reach certain levels, I would say my particular category, it comes with goods and bads. Like, I would like somebody to be established. I would like somebody, and sometimes you come across people that don't really understand being retired. They think retired is sitting home. I'm traveling. So I think what I need is somebody who can understand my lifestyle and kind of plug and play to what's going on and not feel a little bit like uncomfortable with that. So that's how I fit.
Okay, and why would a woman be lucky to be with you?
JCJ, you need to stop. She was right to gas up this youthful in shape man. Y'all not about to drag this beautiful black king, this youthful in shape black king. See, and that's the problem with today's. Hold up, let me put my brand music on. And that's the problem with today's women. Y'all don't see a catch. Let me go back to his Kendra cam. Let's see if we can go back to that. Yes. Yes, King. Y'all don't know a good man when y'all see one. See, women these days think that a man being attractive matters in a relationship. Y'all don't even know what attractive is. He's a catch. I can catch. Not reading that out loud. Let's play a little bit more.
Keeping it tight.
Yes. Akeem.
Yeah.
All right. When was your last relationship?
That one ended in March of this year.
March of this year. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
March of this year.
Okay. Why do you think you're single, Akeem?
When you reach certain levels, I would say my particular category, it comes with goods and bads. Like, I would like somebody to be established. I would like somebody, and sometimes you come across people that don't really understand being retired. They think retired is sitting home. I'm traveling. So I think what I need is somebody who can understand my lifestyle and kind of plug and play to what's going on and not feel a little bit like uncomfortable with that. So that's a hard fit.
That's interesting too, because if his wife, I assume he had a good marriage with her, at least on his end, because it doesn't seem like he divorced. I don't think he said who divorced. But the way she talked about how she literally formed her life around him, and then 21 years later regrets it and wishes she had have lived, and now he's out here looking for like, hey, I don't mind if I date 18, 20-year-old girls, and having them also need to be able to conform to his lifestyle, which I understand to some degree. You want to date people who you're compatible with. If you're a truck driver, maybe someone who doesn't have a job is good for you, because now they can ride around with you in your truck if your company allows that. Or, right, you want to find people who you're compatible with. But the way he describes how his wife molded herself around his life, and now he describes, I need a woman who can mold herself around my life. 18 to 20 is fine. And I don't know. And then like being established in maturity and career oriented, but also maybe retired is like, I feel, Len said, out here dating 18-year-olds, but want her to have a 35-year-old plus lifestyle. Seems weird. Did anybody in the comments point it out? Well, somebody in the comments said he want an 18-year-old. They still talk about in shape. People under 30, are you really interested? Like what you're seeing and hearing. I think a lot of men don't like women. Well, we've talked about that before. They just like their object to be somewhere in the room, maybe over in the corner standing, so they can show it off to their friends when they bring it over at home. So it wouldn't really matter the age if that's what you're using somebody for. That's wrong to put that on him. But I think men generally don't care. Like they don't. They're just something pretty, something nice to hang on the wall, which is unfortunate. But that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. But he hasn't said that explicitly.
Okay. Why would a woman be lucky to be with you?
I'm kind. I know how to cook. Cancers are nurturers. We kind of nurture it. And so I like to take care of a person. I'm a protector. I protect my family. I protect who I love. I'm a good provider. I'm financially totally stable. So yeah, those are some of the reasons.
Okay. And how do you want the woman to reach out to you? Akeem.
Yeah. You can go to Instagram. It's spelled just like my name, Akeem, AKEEM _ and then it's ELIJAH _EL.
So Akeem _ Elijah _EL?
Correct.
Okay. So AKEEM _ ELIJAH _EL.
Right. Akeem Elijah L. That's my full name.
All right. He's in South Carolina, 55, retired. Was one.
Hakeem in South Carolina. Okay. What a catch. And it's good. We're starting off with the good ones. Somebody in the chat said a lot of y'all talking smack but sitting on here single. Yeah, but why is that an insult? Like, would y'all rather be single or would y'all rather be with Hakeem, 55, in shape, fit guy who's youthful? Let me see. Thank you. Yeah, get the likes. Wait, hold up. Are y'all watching my video without liking? We're not playing the video until y'all get the likes up. Like, come on, y'all. I can't see the likes. I just assume they're down. Get them up. But I like being single. Thank you, positive vibes. Thank you. I'm trying to find something. I think Petty is an Aquarius. Didn't you read Themis's like chart or something on the live? Y'all can't read me. I can't have y'all figuring stuff out. Can't have y'all figuring stuff out. Hey, Alicia. Just wanted to take a quick pause, let everybody recoup before we go to the next contestant, the next participant. And let me just say that it hasn't gotten to the part that I think is ghetto yet. I mean, I think this was dusty. I really think this was dusty. I have 3 boyfriends. Cool. I just really avoided saying period just now. I won't say something that I don't have the trademark on. It's fine. Being single is cool. Shoot. Permanently single if this is the option. I don't think he said he dated 18-year-olds. He didn't say explicitly that he dates 18-year-olds. He just said that he doesn't have an age limit, which I think you should have an age limit. Maybe I'm anal about that, but I do think you should have an age limit. I do. We're at 19. Let's get to 34. I don't know what that means. He's goofy. I like the word goofy. That's a funny word. He thinks women put fit on the top of their list. Capricorn cusp. Don't know what that means. I don't know what that was in response to. Him not dressing properly. Do y'all think he's dressed bad? Hold on. Let's go back to the Kendra cam one more time, and then we'll fast forward to the next person.
Akeem.
Yeah.
How you doing, my
Oh,
Keeping it tight.
Okay. We see you. How you doing, my sis?
y'all don't think he's dressed properly? He needs an thank you. That's so weird. I date boys from band camp. Well, I don't know how old y'all are. Don't tell on yourself in my chat, please. But I would hope that you are also the age of, I don't know how old band camp people are, but that sounds like teenager. I'm gonna hope that you're also a teenager. Let's go to the next contestant. Does he bite his nails? Why are they? Somebody say he's gonna breastfeed your
To
kids.
have children, I'm open to that as well. So that's
Are you open to having kids too?
yeah, I'm good. I'm a good father.
He's a good father. All right, Akeem, keep me posted how it goes, Will. Thank you.
He's open to having
Bye,
kids.
All right. Let's see. Let's keep it going.
Hmm.
Hello? Hello? We can't hear you. No, you have your mute on.
Oh, my mic was muted. Hi.
Hey, where you at? Where you calling us from?
I'm in my truck right now, so.
Are you a truck driver?
Yeah, I'm a truck driver.
Okay, what's your name, boo?
Khadijah.
Khadijah.
Like off of Living Single, Queen Latifah.
Yes, Khadijah. How old are you?
I'm 28.
28, and where you calling us from?
Right now, I'm in Ohio. I'm from North Carolina, but since I travel, I be a little bit everywhere.
Okay, where do you live?
In my truck, but so everywhere,
Everywhere?
everywhere.
Okay. Khadijah, 28, Ohio, North Carolina is where she's from. She lives everywhere because she's a truck driver. Do you have kids?
No kids.
No kids. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
November 20th, I'm a Scorpio.
A Scorpio. I gotta say, the number one profession that calls into my show are truck drivers. It really is. I just realized that. All right, Khadijah, let's get into it. What kind of man you looking for, boo?
Somebody in the comments, it went by fast, said that these 2 straps, her 2 straps are holding on for dear life. I agree. Whatever material that shirt is made out of, I need to know. November 28th, and are y'all in my chat doing signs right now? Doing star signs? Button. There's one button episode I wanted to look at, but maybe this weekend. Well, I have different videos that I'm planning, but I've been working a lot, so I'm trying to find time to even plan a video. But maybe this weekend, if we don't do the trans discussion. Not for first impression.
Y'all
gonna stop dragging him.
Honest. So you know, my time, the value of my time. Loyal, dependable, respectful.
What's some deal breakers?
Liars. Like I said, for me, I drive trucks, so my time is important. Like, I need you to show up. That's just what it is.
What's the age range you would say? You're 28.
I would say I'm about to be 20.
Now they're in the comments calling her lot lizard. I don't know what that means, but I think it's derogatory slang towards truck drivers. That's so mean. Why? No, not yet, but the promotion is coming this December to janitor 3, not lead janitor.
29, so I'm gonna say 30 to maybe like 45, 48.
30 to 45. 48, you said?
Yes.
Could he have kids?
Maybe one.
Maybe one. Do you want kids?
Yes.
So can you make time for dating since you're on the road a lot?
Absolutely. I mean, I travel. I mean, with trucking, like, you basically can make your own schedule. So, absolutely.
Okay, you make your own schedule. This Khadijah, 28, Ohio, Scorpio, North Carolina, truck driver, no kids, 30 to 48. Let's do the Kendra Cam. I would see that body, girl. Oh, it's a whole house.
Yes, the whole house.
Oh, you got nice shape. How you work out being a truck driver? You be stopping and doing squats?
You think I work out?
I look like you have a nice body.
Oh, well, I do have.
I just wanted to point out, as soon as she turned the lights on and stepped back and showed off her body, all of a sudden, all of the lot lizard, like literally right up here, it's like lot lizard, red flag, red flag. Once she showed off her body, all of a sudden, all of the men in the chat were like, wow, she's gorgeous. What a nice body. Wow, I would gladly date her. And some more nasty stuff that I can't say because YouTube might take my video down. I don't know how these comments are still up here, but that's interesting. And she does look good. Yeah, she does look good. But I think that's like, number one, the men were in the chat and they were like, red flag, red flag. What man is going to date a truck driver? You look like a this, that, and the third. So I assume they were unattracted to her, but now they see she has a nice body. And I don't have to explain because y'all already know what's up. Which I think, I don't know, I think it tells on them a lot. Number one, they're weak, and you can be swayed by somebody's body into dating them, even though that you've been saying red flag, red flag, red flag. And number two, I don't know. That just seems weird to me that you're willing to throw away all your standard or whatever for someone's body, even though she does have a nice body. And how easily they switched up. Literally, I just scrolled up a little bit. There's red flags, there's slurs, there's insults, there's calling her big and like. And then once we get down here and she showed her body off, ooh wee, wow. Somebody talk about eating kitties and stuff like that.
I do have some weights and stuff there. I got little weight benches and stuff like that. That's how different.
All right. Khadijah. Okay. So does the guy gotta make a certain amount of money?
I make about 80. So I would say between there to maybe like 100. So 80 to 100.
80 to 100. Okay. Does he have to look a certain way?
Race wise, no. I mainly only deal with my race, but I'm open to dealing with other races. Height, I would say 5'9" or higher, at least 5'9".
All right, boys. We're disqualified. She said 5'9" or higher. It's fine. I am canonically 4'11", guys.
No guys with hair. I don't know, like, or some guys is cute, but dreads and stuff, it's not my thing. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. When was your last relationship?
2020.
2020. Okay, you don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
October 6th.
Oh, you remember the date? Is that guy an option?
October 6th. When was October? She said that. Is that weird or am I tripping? That seemed very specific. When was the last time you was intimate? October 6th. 3 p.m. 3 p.m. on the dot. I looked at the clock, saw it was 3 on the dot. It was very interesting. Anyway.
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It's just we have fun when we have fun together, but it's just not like a relationship type of thing.
Okay. Why do you think you're single, Khadijah?
I'm single because honestly, it's like, which is a good thing, but a bad thing because it's like I'm chill, I'm laid back, and most guys, and then I got an attitude too, and most guys aren't like used to me being laid back. Like they feel like they be like used to.
Wait, how can you be laid back with an attitude? No, I don't see how that could be. Either or.
To a certain type of girl, like cause I was talking to this one dude, I'm like, I'll let you play your game in peace, like I'll just chill. And it's like I don't never had no girl do that. Like so I feel like sometimes I could be one of the homies, and you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I could be one of the homies, which could be a good thing and a bad thing because I'm so chill. And like I said, I do have an attitude too, like a little stuff like get on my nerves.
Little stuff get her nerves. Okay. All right. So why would a guy be lucky to be with you since you're telling him you got an attitude?
Damn. Kendra seemed passive aggressive towards some of these women. I guarantee this is my thought on women who say they have an attitude. Because she said, I get mad at little stuff, but then the little stuff be like something that you ask your partner to do consistently and they don't do. Like when people say I have, what did she say? Attitude. She said, I have an attitude. I've never experienced that because I've dated women who say they have an attitude and they don't. Unless we're like fighting or not good for each other, in which case you shouldn't be in the relationship. So, I mean, when you at peace, you at peace. That's my belief. So I believe you're only going to have an attitude with the wrong person. Unless you have like a legitimate mental problem that requires therapy or something.
I think because I got a good personality, I'm loyal, honest, I'm blunt, which like I said, that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I clean, I make my own money, I'm self-sufficient. And you know, I'll let you be at peace.
You'll let him be at peace. Okay, Khadijah. Let's do it. This is Khadijah Scorpio. She's 28, Ohio, from North Carolina, but she's a truck driver. She has no kids. Do you want kids yourself one day?
Yes.
Okay, the guy can't have kids?
One max. I prefer no kids, but one max.
What is the truck driver? What's your schedule like? What is your free day?
Like I said, with driving trucks, you basically get to take off. Like it's not like a 9 to 5, so you basically get to take off whenever you want to. For the most part, I'm off on the weekends, and it's not really no schedule. It's like whenever you get the load and have to deliver the load. Like right now, I got this load on Saturday, but it didn't deliver today at 8 o'clock, and it was coming from Savannah, which is only like 12 hours. So truck drivers, you can only drive 11 hours in a day. So it's like a day and some change. And so it depends because I could, you know, kind of like do whatever I wanted to do.
Got you. All right, let's do it, Khadijah. How you want the guy to reach out to you?
They can hit me on Instagram.
And what's your Instagram name?
DJ Kate.
AKE. Khadijah 48. I saw you put a lipstick on.
All right, thank you.
Bye, boo.
Okay, how are we feeling about Khadijah? Khadijah did not give me any red flags. She said she had an attitude, but also she's laid back. Actually, that's one red flag for me. Because I feel like you have to pick. I do not know how you can be both. I don't. I have an attitude, but it never comes out in relationships. Somebody said attitude was equal. Let me see exactly what they said. Attitude usually equals standards. So I also think there's like a conflation. If you've been gaslit to the point where you establishing that you have standards and maintaining your boundaries in the relationship and calling out when the other person has broken those boundaries or is not maintaining the standard that you want in your relationship, people are definitely going to gaslight and call that an attitude. So maybe she's been gaslighting to thinking, I don't know, her asking her man to take the trash out for the 10th time today is an attitude, even though she wants him to. Anyway, don't know. But I'm not feeling red flags in the same way that I was feeling red flags from the man at the beginning, because he was saying what I thought was some weird stuff mixed throughout there. So I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10 for No red flags.
Oh.
One red flag. Color that thing, she said.
Let's see. I saw you put lipstick on.
Hold on, let me take my do-rag off.
I was like, you put on lipstick. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name, baby?
Ivory,
Ivory, where you calling us from?
Oklahoma City,
Oklahoma City. How old are you?
23.
23. What you do for a living?
Sales?
Sales. Do you have any kids?
No.
No
Oh,
kids.
dog. It was her birthday today. So
Oh, happy
shout out.
birthday to your doggy.
Thanks.
Ivory, Oklahoma. No kids. She works in sales. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
February 21st in Pisces.
Pisces. All right, boo. What kind of man you looking for?
Someone who is respectful, honest, attractive. I am attracted to dark skin, muscles, tall. I'm 5'8", so I want someone who's at least 5'8". And I wear heels whenever I go out, so I'm kind of like 5'10"-ish. So I would like someone to be up there.
All right, guys, we're disqualified. 411 gang gonna win one day, okay? 411 gang is gonna win. Y'all gonna see.
Yeah.
Okay. What's some deal breakers for you?
Kids. I don't think I want anyone with kids. I don't think I'm at that point in my life right now. Not financially responsible. Rude. Doesn't respect Black women. Yeah.
Okay. Does he have to look a certain way?
I just want to point out that the women's standard, I think the women's standards have been really good today. Number one, they've been like, I don't want kids. I don't want a man with kids. Too much trouble. Absolutely. Number two, they've all been established career women, it seems like, with a lot going for themselves, and they all want financially responsible men. They all want, the last woman said she wants honesty. They're naming, in my opinion, they're naming like values, which I really like. I really like when people name values. Give a Kendra G cam? No. I am gonna give one when I go on, though. I'm gonna give one when I go on. Hopefully it's funny, but I don't think it will be. But yeah, like she said financial responsibility, no kids. What else did she say? Because I missed it.
Rude. Doesn't respect Black women. Yeah.
Doesn't respect Black women. Don't have time for it. There you go. Love it.
Okay. Does he have to look a certain way?
I mean, not have to. Like I mentioned, I am attracted to dark skins, muscles, tall, nice beard, clean cut. But that's not a must.
Okay. Is there a financial requirement? Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
No.
No.
Just be able to maintain yourself. And if I want to go get some food, I don't need you to be like, order from the dollar menu.
Okay. Ivory, let's see it. Let's do the Kendra cam.
Okay, I have on sweats, so.
Hold up. What is INFJ? I need to know if I'm being insulted. If you're insulting me, let me know so I can clap back and all that good stuff.
Kinda. I look crazy,
Okay.
but
We see you. All right. You have a good shape.
thank you.
So, are you from New York or just have a New York shirt?
Oh no, I just have a New York shirt.
Okay. Now you said the guy can't have kids, so you don't know if you want kids yourself one day?
No, I do, but the thing is, I know it takes a lot when dating someone with kids, and I kind of like attention, and I don't need you to be like, yo, I gotta give my son attention today, because I'm gonna be like, oh, fuck your kid, I don't want to be like that. So, and then also, I don't think I'm ready to like play the stepmom role or anything just yet. So I think it's just better for me to date someone without kids.
Okay. When was your last relationship?
October of last year.
Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When was the last time you was intimate with someone?
October of last year.
October of last year. Okay.
Yeah.
Of last year, so 2021.
Yes.
Are you waiting for your next relationship?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, Ivory, why do you think you're single?
I think I can be kind of weird sometimes. I know like people are super friendly nowadays, and they do things that I'm just not really comfortable with. I.e., like if I meet someone today and they're like, "Hey, come over."
First of all, weird people are the best people to be in relationships with. I'm trying not to use the word weird because my ex told me that was insulting. But I feel like there are some unique people out there. And why date like a clone? Why date a Kardashian? Why date like a copy-paste personality? when there's some unique, weird person out there who is just quirky. Maybe quirky is a better word than weird, who's just really quirky and unique, as opposed to the standard. I hear you guys don't like the standard, so I've heard. But let's see what she has to say. My ex said, "Don't weird calling her." She asked me, "Is she weird?" And I said, "Yes." And she was like, I was like, "Wait, is that bad?" I think that's bad. That there's a bad connotation with the word, but I don't mean it in a negative way.
For my house with friendly nowadays, and I think I can be kind of weird sometimes. I know like people are super friendly nowadays, and they do things that I'm just not really comfortable with. I.e., like if I meet someone today and they're like, "Hey, come over to my house," I'm not with that. I don't want to go to your house. I don't know you, or like getting into a random person's car, like it just like stuff.
Okay, so she's not even weird. She just don't get into strangers' cars, and she don't go like to somebody's house on the first day. That's not weird at all. I guarantee, like I said with the last girl who said she has an attitude, but she wasn't really given attitude at all. Probably she was dating somebody or somebodies, and these men, because she said, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable going over to your house on the first date. We don't know each other," or "I don't feel comfortable getting into random cars," stuff like that. These men call her weird, and now she has like this. To me, that's like gaslighting. Like, what do you mean weird? I don't know you. Why would I? So she's not even weird. And I gave that whole weird monologue, like interesting instead of weird or quirky. Okay, interesting people. Interesting seems weird to me though. Oh, you're very interesting. You're an interesting young lady. What an interesting person. Common sense, safety, cautious. Yes. Boundaries. She didn't even say boundaries. Well, I mean, I guess these are boundaries technically, but this don't even seem like the realm of boundaries to me. This seems like reasonable, like this is what reasonable people do. Why would you like be doing stuff with a stranger, weird stuff where you can make yourself vulnerable, especially if you're a woman? So whatever. When I say I have an attitude, I'm playing. I don't have a real attitude. Yeah. I'm super weird. Thank you. Because I'm not super interesting, but I am super weird. Interesting sounds worse. I hate the gaslighting. These men aren't getting with every girl they see. Most women wouldn't go. It's the men's trying to pressure women into BS. Yeah. It's gaslighting. And what I was going to talk about is I wasn't going to talk about it today, but there was a woman who went viral for saying, women, before you go on a date, you need to use a background checking service to background check your date. And all the women were in the comments like, yes, absolutely. I did a background check on my date and found out like he has felonies. He never told me. He never informed me of these things. But then all the men were in the comments like whining, no, that's unfair. Why are you judging me before we even go on a date? That's invasive. And I'm just like, it feels like something people are doing to protect themselves. And maybe the men don't understand as well because they don't have to protect themselves, at least not from women like that. So I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about that someday.
Like that just doesn't make sense to me. Like we can go on a date in a public place, and it's just little bitty things like that people kind of find like off-putting. So
okay. Why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I believe I'm very supportive.
Kenny said some guy went viral the other day tweeting about if his date tests her drink for rupees on the first date, he won't bother with her. And like, imagine somebody probably being taken advantage of in the past or scared of being taken advantage of with you, who currently on the first date, you're a stranger. I don't care what you say. You're a stranger, really. Even if y'all have talked on the phone before or texted, you're a stranger and you don't know this person. You're not established with this person. Why are you mad at them for treating you like a stranger? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And I understand that it can feel hurtful. Like, I've had people cross the street before, not people, women. I've had women cross the street before when I'm walking towards in the opposite direction, and they just like cross the street because I assume they don't know if I'm. Well, I don't know if it was because I'm black. I thought it was because I'm a man. but they don't know, is this going to be the man who stalks me, kills me, tries to do something weird with me, kidnap me? They don't know that because I'm a stranger. And even though that makes me feel a type of way because I don't kidnap people or do weird stuff, I mean, at the very least, until we live in a society where that's not very common, then that's just something I'm gonna have to take to the chest. The fact that dude is like, I'm gonna leave you because you're trying to protect yourself. I don't know. That's giving abusive and gaslighting. A lot of gaslighting tonight. Interesting. Yeah, it's rough out here. No empathy. They tell on themselves. Thank you. You think it's a red flag? You think it's a red flag that your date is treating you like a stranger when you're a stranger? To me, that's a red flag about you. Men like that are red flags. How are you offended by that? Oh, I'm not offended necessarily. Like if somebody across the street tests their drink or something like that, but I do feel a type of way. Like, have y'all ever I don't know if y'all have walked past maybe like a white family and they roll the windows up and it's like, I'm not about to kill y'all. What do I'm quirky. Remember we talked about that earlier. I'm quirky. But they don't know me. They just see a random dude walking by. So I mean, it's understandable. I'm not offended. I feel a type of way, but it's understandable. It feels like it. Oh, not me. Okay, yeah.
Understanding. I know how to communicate well. I think that's the only things that I can really think of right now.
Okay. All right, well, listen, this is Ivory, Oklahoma. She's 23. What's the age range you would date?
I would say 25 to 31.
25 to 31. Does he have to be in Oklahoma?
No, not necessarily, because I'm ready to get out of here anyways.
Okay. She's a Pisces. She works in sales. She has no kids. All right, boo, how you want the guy to reach out to you?
Instagram. My name is the same.
Another 10 out of 10. I see no red flags here. Maybe look, y'all, if I'm missing some red flags, y'all better let me know. Y'all better let me know. I'm also going to, I will drop the link in case anybody wants to comment on any of the people who have already, the first 3 people. You can. If not, I'm just going to continue.
Name is here, melanated, but it's underscore.
L-E or Y. There's a guy with no.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye, babe. I can't mess with your Wi-Fi. If your Wi-Fi acting janky, I gotta let you go right away because we doing good.
Kendra's not the one.
Let's see. I want to get a guy.
Kendra is not the one to be talking about somebody's Wi-Fi. Kendra have a Wi-Fi problem on every single show, but it's fine.
So that was a guy I was trying to get. Well, let's go.
Welcome,
hello?
welcome, Panda.
Hey, who's this?
Ashley.
Ashley, where you calling me from, baby?
I'm calling you from Miami.
Ashley, Miami. You got better light?
Yes, I do. Hold on. Is this better?
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
where you calling me from?
I'm calling from Miami.
Miami. How old are you, Ashley?
I'm 31.
31. What you do for a living?
I am a mental health specialist at a hospital down here.
Mental health specialist?
Yes.
This is
Whoa. Homophobia in the chat. Yo, the homophobia and the transphobia on Kendra's chat be out of pocket. It be out of pocket. There are some slurs I'm not going to read out loud, and I'm going to try to scroll past fast. I don't think rainbows are, I don't know if that's an insult or not. I'm not cultured, but I think that's just them calling her gay. Yeah, these comments are like ripping into her.
This is Ashley, Miami. Mental health specialist.
On basis of her, like the comments have, to be fair, the comments been going in on everybody, literally on everybody. But hey, Jamil, welcome, Shaw. We're just being degenerate today. Concern. Hello.
Hey, Petty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. What I wanted to add is that, just to clarify what I meant, like when, like earlier with the guy who was saying that, you know, he's a catch because he's in shape and whatever, even if he was, like, the same thing that they accuse women of in terms of assuming that their audience has the same values as the person who's trying to sell them something, right? They are doing the same thing. Like, just because your number one thing, Mr. Man, is attractiveness, it doesn't mean that's what women value. And if women are telling you that we want an emotionally intelligent person that is capable and invested in connection and intimacy, like, don't start which that's what the statistics are saying, right? Women are leaving men with muscles all the time. You know, like, you see these men with muscles crying on the internet all the time, getting played, feeling like, you know, there was this thing on I think it was a Themis video. If not, it might have been somebody else, but this guy he moved in with this girl. She like drove and came pick him up. All the above, went to Arizona. And he has all these videos on the internet of him like pumping teddy bears and all this. It's very strange. No, this doesn't sound like Themis like covered it. But the point that I'm saying is that, like, he's so fit. He never has a t-shirt on. He's this super sexy thing. And she used him for sex and then left him. Like, he thought he was hubby material. And she was like, but that's not what I'm looking for in hubby material. I don't know. Like, I think guys need to take their own advice in terms of like their marketing. Like, if you don't like, don't just assume that the audience values what you value, because if you only want a trophy, that's not what women are saying.
I mean, it didn't sound like he wanted a trophy. It sounded like he wanted a woman who's going to revolve around him. I feel like that's a stretch, but like someone who's going to conform to his lifestyle. And I don't know that he said he wanted someone to benefit him in some way outside of conforming to his lifestyle. But I feel like just that is enough to say he wants somebody who's about to work for him. So I don't even know if he's looking for a trophy. I think, well, maybe that's me. Maybe that's me devaluing the trophy wife type of lifestyle, because my idea of a trophy wife is that they are just there and look pretty and do stuff like that, when in reality they're like his ex-wife, probably laboring for 21 years for him. So I mean, it sounded like he wanted some labor to me. It didn't even sound like he wanted somebody who, well, yeah, he did say he wants somebody who looks good.
But you see that though? Like, here's my thing. If you like you can't have everything, right? You can't have everything. Everything comes with something, right? So if you wanted a woman that's invested, and this is something that I really want pushback on if this is a thing, right? Most women are naturally, their bodies are conspiring to make them gain fat. Like, most women are not naturally thin. They have to work at that. Like, most people are not naturally thin. You know what I mean? Past 20. They have to work at that. They have to prioritize that, right? If you want a woman that's fit, she has to go to the gym. If you know what I mean? If you want a woman that is working on themselves physically from like getting her nails done or whatever, when I get my nails done, that's basically my day. Like, I don't have very much time for anything else, because you could be there for a while depending on, you know, what you get done. And so it's like, if you want a woman that's catering to you, that woman does not have the time to be out does not have the time to be what you're looking for. Like, if you want the super fit woman who doesn't have who's focused on staying that trophy, yeah, like, then take that with what that comes with. It's like, you can't have everything. How you gonna want like the trophy wife that is also got her stuff together, that is, you know, like, has her own, like, that all, like, having your own takes time. Like, like, women exhaust themselves trying to be a little bit of everything, and most of the time one or two of the balls drop, or she's not mentally healthy because she's trying to hold everything up. So it's like, you gotta, like, you can't have everything your way. You're not gonna be marrying the female version of Jesus, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's the part that gives me pause. Or not even Jesus, like some perfect, you know, whatever, like life like lifestyle Barbie. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just build your own person. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I did point out at the beginning the hypocriticalness. Number one of wanting a mature, established woman, but not having an age range, but also wanted someone who's career oriented, but also they're able to like fall in line with whatever you're doing and whenever you want to travel and do whatever. But also she can be like I felt like his stuff was all over the place, and then his in shape, of course, his in shape thing and. What did he say? In shape and youthful. And maybe I'm just a bad judge of looks, but that's not what I got. So, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I mean, in shape and youthful. Are you willing to share the burdens of life so that she can have a youthful
No, and
disposition?
that's the thing. My thing is, you're retired, and you want someone who's in shape. Why not? I feel like if you're retired, well, he said he travels a lot, but it sounds like you are losing discipline. And when I think of in shape, I think of discipline, because going to the gym and tailoring your diet and stuff like that is maintaining a level of physical discipline and discipline with your health. So how are you, if that's one of your values, a woman who has physical discipline, how are you unable to maintain that value yourself and you don't have employment currently, like you're retired? Aside from he said he travels, I don't know what else he's doing to not be able to meet that himself. So how can you expect like this mature, established, career-oriented women to
who's 20
yeah, who's 20 to also have time to, I guess, go work out every day, but also she has time to go on vacation with you whenever you decide to hop up and leave because you're retired and you need a woman who's flexible and can bend around you. Like it's not adding up to me.
Which is probably why so many of these guys are single. Like when you think about what they're asking for, if that's what you're looking for, she doesn't exist, or she's a needle in the haystack. So it's just, I mean, and if she does exist, I want to give her a hug because she's not okay. She's doing entirely too much. You know what I mean? Like that woman sounds stressed to me. But anyways, that's what it's just like. So many of these men talk about being involuntarily single because they are, like the women they want don't want them. I kind of feel bad for these relationships, because it's like once you get into a relationship with a person, they have to take down their guard. That woman that you projected all of these things onto because of the way she looks, by the time you get into that relationship, you're going to be disappointed that she's human. You know what I mean? You're going to be that man that you've projected so much onto because you are looking because of whatever you thought he was. You're going to be disappointed when he's feeling weak and he's feeling like he needs your support, or he's not mature in certain areas. Like it just seems like a lot of these guys are setting themselves up to stay single because being delusional about what women are like and what other men are like. They're also very delusional about what other men have going on. Like most men are not with sports models who have great jobs that are not about them looking that way. And most men are not with women who are like, I don't know, like what would the litany of things that they always bring up, like
feminine, fit, friendly, must be a 50-50 woman who's submissive.
Must be happy all the time,
and smile more. Could you just and that's the problem with women these days. Why don't they smile more?
Right. Must smile all the time, must be, great in bed, but not too experienced. Has to be the best sex of your entire life, but she can't have ever had sex before.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like she can't have any bodies, but she must be a freak for me, because they hate when you make them wait. I noticed. Like, why are you? That's not fair. I'm a good guy and all that stuff. But then if she does that with someone else, it's like, how dare you? But yeah, I've been in agreement with you, I think, for
Yeah.
most of all of what you said.
I mean, what's coming up for me is just really sitting down and taking a stock of like all these things. Like he's not a, I mean, he's a guy that 50-year-old that are in the 50-year-old women dating pool. That's what men who are 50 look like. You know what I mean? Like your metabolism slows down. He doesn't seem like an ugly guy. It's just like when
Well,
you
he said he wants a woman who's in shape, and when we asked what in shape was, he said he was in shape. So I assume his standard for in shape is very, very loose. So I mean, I'll give him that at least. If he's asking for what he is, I'll give him that.
okay.
Sure.
But like 50-year-old women look like that. Like not exactly like him. Obviously he's a man, but like, yeah, like that's what bodies do when they get to 50. You know?
Mm-hmm. Somebody said he was breastfeeding, so he might be closer to the female figure than we think. But yeah, I don't disagree. I'm gonna play some more of the video. You can stay up if you would like, or hop down. Of course, I will put the link in the chat again after probably 2 more.
Is 31. You have any kids?
No, I don't.
No kids. When's your birthday and zodiac sign?
December 29th, I'm a Capricorn.
Capricorn. Who are you looking for tonight, Ashley?
I'm looking for a nice, beautiful woman tonight.
Okay.
No men.
Women only.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, stop moving if you can't, Ashley. All right, what kind of woman are you looking for, baby?
I'm looking for somebody that's honest, that's God-fearing, that's intelligent, can hold the conversation, spontaneous, likes to travel because I'm always here, there, everywhere. So, yeah, I'm looking for somebody that can match my energy. I need reciprocated energy moving forward.
Reciprocated energy. Okay. What's some deal breakers for you?
Deal breakers are gold diggers because there's a lot in my circle. You have a lot of girls that or women that are looking for handouts, and I feel as though I have my table. What can you bring to my table as well? Like I'm a woman too. So at the end of the day, I need you to be able to, match my energy and bring something to the table. I can't have you out here working, living paycheck to paycheck. You got 5 kids running around. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with it.
You can't deal with it. So you said
Ashley said she ain't got no kids and she got a good job, and she need a woman who ain't got no kids and got a good job too, and no gold diggers. Now, there seems to be, let me just say, and I'm gonna continue. There seems to be like a gold digger epidemic. Like, I don't know where maybe I don't have enough money to see this problem. That is always possible. I am not a janitor 3 yet. But there is just, I guess in the stud community too, not sure. And if stud is a derogatory term, I apologize. There's like among men, all of these gold diggers out here who are using us for our money, for the Applebee's 2 for $20. They're taking us on these dates and forcing us to pay for their half of the 2 for $20. So pay their $10. And they are putting in all this effort to use us. I have not seen that, but apparently it's crazy out here.
It's so crazy because it's like what I'm hearing in summary is that nobody wants Black women to invest in Black women in any way. We should only be giving. Like it's like the idea that a Black woman needs help, or the idea that you would have to support a Black woman is so absurd because, like, truthfully, again, the statistics show we barely ask for anything. We feel so guilty whenever we ask. We're shamed for even standing up for things that happen to us that are wrong. It's like, I don't know. I see the whole gold digging fear as such a proof point that nobody expects to pour into Black women, because the gold digger song was so funny and hilarious, but then Kanye did not complain about gold diggers when he was in a relationship with an actual gold digger, like a professional gold digger. You know what I mean?
Ooh,
So it's only a problem when Black women do it, because we can't look for anything in a relationship.
So I don't think Black women do it. London said most Black women I've met are willing to go 50-50. How are they gold digging? I would argue that most Black women are going more than 50-50. If they're not the sole provider, they are at least providing the majority of whatever relationship they're in, based on at least my understanding of marriage statistics. But like a lot of things, even though Black women don't do it, they still have the stereotype for it, to the point where, like you said, Kanye is making this song depicting a certain color of women in this way, but then he's going to marry the preference who does just that. But suddenly it's like gold digger, where like it's like they're blind to it when it's other races of people who do it. So that's interesting.
They expect to have money. They expect it. Like when you think about, I asked a few of my guy friends who, like I think about like asking them, what's your aspiration, right? And many of them are Black, and they will talk about wanting to have this big house and a certain type of woman. Like she usually has green eyes. It's very specific type of white woman, and it's like, but they're never with white women right now. So it's just kind of like they expect to have to pay for that kind of woman. It's like another layer. Like they would not come to a white woman without money in the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they actually. Well, I looked into I don't think I talked about this I looked into interracial dating, and I read about some data and research regarding Black women versus Black men dating out. And when it comes to the standard for a Black woman to date out, there's like an incredibly high, like the white man has to be like wealthy and established. He has to be a good provider, like good qualities for a relationship and for raising children and stuff like that. But when Black men date out, as far as this study was only focusing on white women and white men and Black women and Black men. It's like their standard is non-existent in their dating, like solely for the whiteness or for the status symbol or something like that. So that's interesting. What that led to is a lot of men who, like you said, when they go to a different community, they go with the expectation and understanding that I'm going to have to throw money at this or provide or I'm going to have to meet a higher standard. But when it comes to Black women demanding, well, not demanding, but maybe like asking for even something like equality, not even like a provider or a patriarchal relationship where you do the masculine stuff financially and she does stuff like that, they see it more negatively when
Totally. And let's just be honest, like they make it look like like 50-50 is aspirational. Like most of these men are not going 50-50. They're driving their woman's car. You know what I mean?
Oh, not what's his name? Jody? I don't think Jody was driving someone's car, was he? I haven't seen the movie.
He was driving her car, right? And he was living in his mom's house, and then he was living in her house and the rest of the women's house.
I thought he was riding a bike.
He had his own bike, but in terms of car, he was picking her up and then going to get the other women with her car. Heights of disrespect. But you think about that, like most of these men are moving into her house, getting into her car. Like 50-50 is what they're playing in our face with. These men are not 50-50.
Yeah. Isn't that like Look Up Down Annie said, dating Black women until they go rich, sad. And I was gonna say, isn't that like what you guys call the starter wife phenomenon, where it's like this woman is willing to date me, and apparently I don't know what's going on with Black women, but the standard is so low that I will literally build you up from being broke into CEO or whatever. That's like an extreme example, but I will literally build you up, and you're comfortable having this high standard, because to build somebody up, to me, that's like a really, really high standard. So a Black man getting in a relationship with a Black woman, it's like you're kind of expected to not only pull your part, but kind of pull him up too. But then after they're built there, they will literally go and date whatever, whoever, and be able to pour resource into them and pour whatever into them. So that's interesting.
It is interesting. And then, to add on to what you're saying, and then have the nerve to be resentful when she asks for support for the thing, for him to provide for the things that they established together. Like, you don't want to be with me anymore, that's fine. But we had these kids. You're going to be resentful towards me for asking you to pay child support for the things that you and I did together while we were building up your life. Like, that's the part that blows my mind. Like, that they could have the nerve to believe that they don't have to live up to, they don't have to put money in the things that got them there. Like, it's the, I don't know, I'm not trying, like, I'm happy to move on if you want to move on from this point, but it's like, I'm short-circuiting a little bit, on it, because, it's in the Jody example, right? Even though the movie was satirical for the most part, like, the mom was, like, he's mad at his mom for having a life when he is grown. You know what I mean?
I haven't seen the movie. I just seen him riding the bike.
No, I rewatched it.
The movie. He was riding that bike. He was riding it everywhere, from what it looked like, based on what I saw. But I'm gonna take your word for it. Please don't spoil it for me.
Okay.
But yeah, we can continue with some more of Kendra's amazing show.
Say you're a woman too. So you want like a feminine type of woman? What type of woman? A feminine woman.
Yes.
Okay. So she have to be in Miami?
No.
Okay.
I'm looking to move to Houston, so anybody in the Houston area, check me out. I want to buy a house in Houston, so.
Okay. Can she be bisexual and have children already?
To have the kids already, I don't have a problem with, but the bisexual, like, I can't deal with bisexual women.
Tell me why.
Okay. I just, the way that we are sexually, as far as lesbians go, like, I'm just not comfortable with you. I'm just not comfortable with you have sex with men. I'm not comfortable with that at all. Like, I need for you to be completely lesbian and lesbian only, like, because I'm a woman.
Is that biphobic, or is that legitimate reason not to date somebody, in your opinion? Concern?
I will leave that to the people who it's their problem. Like, and I don't even mean that to be dismissive. I just feel like, who feels it knows it, and I can see it from both sides. So I'm gonna step back from that, to be honest. Not a cop out, but it's like, it's none of my business, and I can understand both sides, and so it's like,
So I've seen this usually from either lesbian women who don't want to date bisexual women, or hetero women who don't want to date bisexual men, for the same reason that she just said, which is, I don't want to know you having sex with other people. No, that's not cool. But I think I've also rarely seen it from gay men to bi men, and also rarely seen it from hetero men to bi women, where it's like the thought of you doing perceived gay behavior is like unsettling. I don't know if that's biphobic. Yes, biphobia is a real thing. I think it's biphobic, by the way, but we're not going to talk about that this live.
I mean, I will say that, like, I wonder for women, right? Since male, there is black male worship, I think, is a real thing. I believe it deserves its own studies, like, it's something that can be researched. I really believe it's a real thing and a phenomenon. And so when I think about if I could empathize with what this lady is saying, is that, like, I want to know that you're really into women and you're not just kind of settling with women because you've had issues with men, because it's a different type of experience, I think. Like, you could be genuinely bi, but I wonder if there might be experiences that this person has had where a woman is being with her because she's lonely, not because she's into her.
Yeah, but that's not something that's that happens just based on by virtue of being bisexual. That's something that can happen like with heterosexual couples or gay couples.
That's true.
But I'm not going to have the biphobia conversation today. I don't think we've even had the homophobia or the transphobia conversation on my channel. So we'll baby steps. We'll talk about it at some point. But I don't generally police people personal how they date personally. So yeah.
Totally.
That likes women. I don't think I'm a man at the end of the day.
Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. All right. So does she have to look a certain way?
Well, you gotta be attractive. You know, you have to be attractive. You have to. I need to want to look at you. Like I'm dealing with someone now who I really don't. I like her personality, but I can't look at her. Like I can't. I like her person. I like who she is. Like her person. I'm trying for her to grow on me, but it's not. It's not working. It's not working. So I need someone that's attractive and like I just need someone that's attractive.
Okay. The personality ain't enough. All right. So she gotta make a certain amount of money.
Wait. Did I miss it? Did she just say she was dating somebody who's not attractive and it just didn't work because she wasn't attracted?
Yes.
Or no?
That's what she said.
Okay. I was just making sure. I don't think that's bad, by the way. I don't think that's bad. Oh, wait. Let me clarify. I do think it's bad to date someone who you don't think is attractive because, maybe their personality will just override it. I don't generally think that's good. But I do think it's good to like have an attraction requirement. I don't think that's bad.
I agree. And I think the problem is when you get into a relationship with them and then there's feelings invested when the whole time you've been telling me, you've been sleeping with me, you've been, probably giving me compliments that you didn't mean. Like, why even get into it in the first place?
Yes. Why are you even? I don't like that. I really don't like. Yeah, I was dating this girl. She's not pretty. It's like to me, it's giving. You're not the prettiest. You're not the most intelligent. You certainly don't shave. And you know what? You're not the most hygienic either. Your breath is kind of bad. But I wasn't looking for, I wasn't looking for a good woman. I was just looking for anything that would pass. That's what it's giving to me. That's what it's giving. Congrats to bot status. Y'all, we've been had bots, so we blocked the other one. This is a new bot. I ain't never seen that name before. Y'all trying to say I've been blew up. I blew up as soon as I hit 50 subscribers. The stud is problematic. She sounds like she's the problem. So
agreed.
I don't know. I didn't really see a problem. That's why I said y'all need to point out the red flags to me because I don't see it so far outside of the biphobia and she literally just said she was dating somebody she's not attracted to. My bad. Yeah, actually that's like a really big red flag.
Totally. I mean, she said she is. So currently. So your girlfriend could be surfing the interwebs and seeing you call her ugly and advertising that you're looking to date someone else. Like, this person is a horrible person.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe I just missed that. No, there are red flags. There are red flags. How did I miss that? We just talked about it, actually. Squirrel brain. It's fine. But let's see how her concludes, how she concludes.
I would like for you to be comparable to me or compatible to me, but I don't have a problem with building a woman up or allowing her to build me up because I'm not in the bracket that I want to be in as of yet, but I'm getting there and I need somebody that's there or on their way there. So I'm going to say at least, I'm not going to put a number on it. I'm going to say that you take care of yourself and be able to, keep yourself up and maintain yourself. And that's all I require because I can take care of me.
Okay. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
All right, Kendra Cam. Okay. I was Michael Myers for Halloween today, so this is what's going on.
I was Michael Myers.
Oh, you're Michael Myers? You're in costume?
Yeah, I was in costume. I didn't have a blue dickie, so I had to put on a green dickie. I had to make it work. You got to improvise.
Okay, so she's in costume.
A green what?
So what was your last relationship? Or is the
It's the outfit. The dickies are that outfit.
Okay.
It's popular in the South.
No, my last...
It's popular in the South? Y'all must be in a different South than me.
It's popular in Florida.
Oh, okay. Florida man meme. I got you.
Relationship was August of last year.
August or last year. Okay, you don't have to answer, but when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Like 4 days ago.
4 days ago? Okay. 4 days ago. Is that woman an option?
She is, but she has a situation that we've been dealing with each other. We've been dealing with each other for 2 years. Yes, we've been dealing with each other for 2 years. And when we first started talking, I was traveling, and I met her through someone. And she was dealing with someone for 8 years prior to talking to me. And she was trying to transition out of the relationship and get with me, but it didn't work out. And so she was just like, I need you to just wait for me. And I'm like, time not slowing down for nobody. I don't have time to wait for you. So I've waited quite some time, and it's been back and forth.
Pause. Just wanted to point out that's a good sentiment. I'm ready for something. You're not ready. You want me to wait? No, thank you. It's fine. You can continue. Maybe. I think that's a good sentiment.
With her, but she's just not sure of what she wants. And I'm
What's that?
I agree. I was just agreeing with you.
Okay. Generally. Sometimes maybe waiting is good, but I think generally no.
I'm set on what it is that I want as far as the relationship goes. And yeah. And she's just all over the board with it.
So this woman isn't ready to settle down.
Not from what I can say. From her mouth to my ears, she's ready to settle down. But what I can see, she's not ready to settle down because here I am with the table. You're not coming to the table. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. She tells me she loves me. She tells me she wants to be with me.
Actions, not words. Are you ready to settle down? Yeah. But then don't exhibit any behavior that say I'm gonna settle down. Absolutely not. Then break things off with her. Yeah, she seemed to have an issue with breaking things off with people she don't want to be with. Is this the girl she not attracted to? Ooh.
Great follow-up questions, Lantoinette. And I want to ask too, in all honesty, like, if you are, this person probably will always have people in the background. You're probably never going to be in a monogamous relationship with her. She's giving red flags in that way too. She sounds hella entitled to me.
I'm seeing a lot of red flags actually. Somebody said it's the masculine presenting people who it's funny how the red flags are mostly present in masculine presenting people. Interesting. Interesting. These are two different women. I don't know. The table again.
She clarified, to be fair. I don't think she clarified.
Yeah, she didn't clarify. So either it's the same woman who, and it's good that she's not ready to commit if you on public calling her ugly. If it's the same woman, or you're dating two different women, which I mean, you could date multiple people at a time. Sure, it's dating. If she's talking about she's not ready to commit, sure, but you're still a bad person based on what else you said during this. So,
right,
me, but
she sounds like she feels like she's a victim. Like, it's like you sound like she sounds like she feels like she's a victim. Like she sounds like she feels like she's just unfortunate.
Why won't this ugly woman just settle down with me? That's the problem with the yeah, sure. You're the victim. Sure.
Right.
I'm more for stems than studs because that hypermask, I don't know what that means. I hope these are not like slurs. I really do. But I'm sure someone will educate me if I'm wrong. She seems like she's being dishonest to everyone she's romantically, sexually entangled with. Not an entanglement. I don't know. I can't say, but just based on what she showed me here, no, I'm not feeling it. She's not letting one woman go until she, not spinning plates. Yeah, just let her go. Let her go. Please, you think she's bad for you, she's not doing what you want her to do, and you think she's ugly. Just let her go. Move on.
The actions are speaking louder than her words.
Okay. All right, so let's keep going. Why do you think you're single then?
I'm single because I choose to be single at the moment. I chose to be single. I felt like I was wrapped up in my feelings and my emotions with her, and I feel like it would have been unfair to move forward with someone, knowing that I was, emotionally attached to that situation. So I've been trying to get out of my feelings with her so I'll be able to move forward with someone else and give them the respect that they deserve as far as, me courting them and giving them, the attention that they need.
Okay. And why would a woman be like to be with you, Ashley?
That's interesting. It sounded like I'm not past my ex to me. And the reason I'm single is because I needed time to move past my ex before I start dating somebody. At least that part I can extrapolate and say that sounds healthy. Everything around it, no, don't like it.
Exactly. And like, as a woman, I am not saying that we don't have our toxicities. right? And I don't speak for all women. So all the caveats, right? But that sounds like weaponizing something to me. Because when you're talking about like you don't like her, but you're so sad and you're so da 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 da, like
Oh no. She did say she liked her. She just said like she was like her personality, everything's great. It's just that she's ugly, and I'm trying to make myself like that's what she said. It sounds like she liked her a lot. It just sounds like
she shouldn't have called her ugly on the internet. She shouldn't have said petty things to try to undermine her femininity or undermine her desirability. Like,
and keep in mind, this is the woman. She says like she's very endeared, like is very endearing to her. Like she said, "Oh, everything about us clicks, literally except physical." And this is the way she talks about that special woman in her life. So I'm not. No, I'm not feeling it. Well, I haven't been feeling it for her.
And she definitely like. Oh, sorry. We can wait. We can wait if you want to play more. That's fine.
Okay, I want to see if we can get to the end. Hold your thought. Don't forget it.
I'm very funny. Like I'm nervous right now. My palms are sweating because I'm very funny, very charismatic. I'm intelligent. I travel. I got a lot going on for myself. I have my own crib. It's like I'm washing clothes right now, but this is my house. Yeah. I'm very good at pouring into my female. Like I'm very good at pouring into you. I'm very good at helping you elevate, and I'm very good at listening and allowing you to let me. I'm okay with having to follow the lead.
Okay. Oh, you want to be led. You don't want to be like the person in charge in the relationship.
Well, in lesbian relationships, Kendra, the roles kind of switch. You know, they don't stay the same all the time. So okay. I'm okay with allowing her to lead. Like I don't have a problem with that.
You have a problem with that. All right, let's get into it. This is Ashley, Miami, 31. She works with mental health, right? You told me.
Yes.
She's a Capricorn, no kids. Do you want kids one day?
Well, I have a son that I didn't have, but I come with. So I don't mind kids. Like I love kids.
She takes care of somebody, of a kid that she did not give birth to.
Okay, maybe let me listen to a little bit more before I judge.
Kids love me, but yeah, I'm not gonna have any kids. So if you have kids, that's perfect. If you would like to have a kid for me, I'll take it gladly.
So who's the son that you come with?
It's from an ex that I had years ago. I was with her for about 8 years, and she ended up cheating on me and getting pregnant with another baby by someone else. And yeah.
So she gave you her child?
No. Okay. She had him, and she had him when we were on a break. We were separated, and she got pregnant with him. And I was upset at the pregnancy at first. I was just like, I'm not gonna deal with the pregnancy situation. I wasn't gonna deal with it. But she ended up having to live with me, and I was attached to the baby. And so ever since he was 1 month old, I've been in his life, taking care of him, providing for him, and so on and so forth. So every relationship that I get into, I let them know that he's here and he's not going anywhere. He's named for it. He has a place here, but he comes like when he's not in school.
Got you. Understand. Okay, well, got it.
I don't know. How do I say this politely? How do I say FTK politely? I don't know where they are building these women who are out here getting cheated on, and when their partner has a child, they're able to move past that. Maybe I'm just a shallow male.
I don't know, but you can tell that that's probably where the trauma from bisexual women come from, because it sounds like she's been burned before.
Ooh, maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna read her. Well, never mind. I've been reading people all day. Let me stop. Maybe that is where that fear of having a bisexual woman who's into men comes from. Who's into both. I do not know where God made these people, what formula he used to concoct up the person who's like, someone just had a baby on me, but I'm gonna raise that child like it's my own. Like, I understand maybe you find out you were cheated on all those years ago and you've already been raising the child. But no, finding out your partner is pregnant with someone else's child, and then also at the same time finding out that you were cheated on, and then I guess housing the woman, which I don't know my stance on that. She said, oh, she was experiencing homelessness and needed a place to stay. And then the attachment with the child just came. I don't like that. I really don't. I mean, I don't like her for doing that, or I don't like the other woman. I guess I assume she didn't like become homeless on purpose and she just happened to be willing to help her out. But, ooh, this whole thing is hot, stanky mess. Hot, stanky mess. Jeez.
I don't like chaos.
Do you think she's better than the men on Kendra's show? We only seen one of them today, but
I don't think that there's anybody better. I think women have also problems too. So I don't even think the men that are like the guy before is delusional, but that is a stretch for me. But I will say that it sounded like the woman was on a break and then ended up being with somebody else, having the kid. They wanted to reignite the relationship, but the kid was already there within a month. So 9 months, whatever. But sounds like the relationship with the guy didn't work out. She ended up homeless. And then this woman came back into the person's life because she did mention there being a break. When I love children, I love children. I'm always a person bringing gifts. Like I'm always a person being like, can I steal them to bring them somewhere, get them hyped up on sugar and then give them back to you? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I wouldn't, if it was my partner, I'd have to really evaluate why we broke up, because we probably broke up for a reason. It would be hard for me to get back together. But if you come with a kid, like in the beginning, that could be an open arms situation. I probably am going to be obsessed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say how were black women able to be kept in the home, but black men can't be bothered to take care of their own biological children? Concern, you sound like my mom. She loved kids. Well, I don't sound like your mom because no. It would never be me. It would never be me. But it's fine. It's fine.
Some kids are cool. Some kids are fun. And one kid taught me how to speak Spanish. I have fun.
Oh no. I mean I love kids. Like I've seen kids, they're so hopeful. Like I pay bills and stuff. I'm grown. Like, you know, I had my Black power to the people, where I was out and protesting. And then like I grew up and I was like, nah, I don't have, the hope has withered out, you know, and the older you get, the more the hope kind of withers out. So to see children and they're just like, hey, I'm just happy to be here. I'm just doing stuff. Yeah, it's a great time. I mean, yeah, I like that. But then I see those videos of the ones who just boo-boo all the way up the back, and it's on the walls, and it's on the bed, and it's like...
My coworker told me this story. I stopped listening because it's not gory, so I don't know all of it. But there was snot on walls. And that's when I send you back to your parents. And like, but I will say that the idea of reproducing my own children is still on the table, even though children are disgusting. I want to, but like, especially the older you get, like lots of people believed at one point that the relationship was going to work out, and then things happened and it didn't. So people, like, the older you get is the more likely you will be to like accept somebody who has kids in the relationship.
Yeah.
I don't believe you believe me.
No. I mean, I date people with who've had kids, and it's
okay.
Well, here's my thing. I'm not around the kids for extended periods of time. I have not been in like a long-term relationship with somebody with kids. So, but if I'm willing to date them, then I'm now signing up to be willing to do stepfather stuff or whatever. So, I mean, I believe you. I'm gonna have kids eventually. Just understand that I don't think kids are a joyous occasion that need to be celebrated. That is definitely an idea. That is not. I mean, sometimes I think the good times make it worth the boo-boo stains up the back and the crying in the middle of the night and like giving up I guess like a third of your income for the rest of your life, or at least for the next 18, 20 years.
I know people giving up most of their income. If you want your kids to go to Montessori school, they want your arm, and you're like left eye. Like, it's so crazy. Like, and if you want your kids to, you know, have extracurriculars, like if you want little Timmy to play piano,
Not
they
little Timmy.
for that. You know what I mean? Little, I don't know why, but in my mind, like little Timmy is like the general name for babies. I don't know why I did that, but like I always go there. But like children are it could be half your income. Actually, none of your income goes to you most of the time. Like,
here's how I'm trying to think about it, because I really used to be against provider and stuff like that, because I'm like, I have enough bills to deal with and all this. I pay my bills. I have a roof over my head and lights and stuff like that. Me moving someone into my home shouldn't, theoretically, I feel like, shouldn't just make my rent double or something like that. Maybe my food goes up and my electric and water, but I'm trying to look at it from a way where it's not as parasitic and taking like, I'm trying not to look at it like, oh no, now the other half of my income is gone. Uncle Sam took his 25% and now taxes, I guess, at some point, and then tax yearly, and then and now my child has sucked everything else out of my withered paycheck. It's fine.
Which is so crazy, because dudes think that women, I saw this article somewhere, maybe it was in Demas's chat, maybe it wasn't, but the idea that like men are so sure, like the people are so sure that women give birth to babies so that they can get tax breaks. Where?
Right. No, you remember, what was it? It was like a stimulus or something, but it was specific for parents where they were getting like 3,000 or something back. Maybe that's a crazy number. Was it like 800? I don't know, but they were getting like thousands of dollars back for each child. And it was folks out here talking about, oh, I'm finna have some children right now so I can have them and birth them in time for the, I'm like, you about to obligate you think people are out here, well, they were those people, I guess, who said they were going to do that. But do you honestly think people are out here obligating themselves to nearly 2 decades of bills for some
for $3,000 every year? For $3,000,
for $3,000 this year, this 1 year, because they showed it, take it away the next year.
And then for your tax breaks every year. So maybe you might get $5,000 for the kids, and your baby daddy might give you $50 a month. But like, if you think that that's all it takes, like, it's so obviously and obnoxiously stupid to say out loud. But can you imagine that the truth is that our community has men calling women gold diggers for asking for $50 a month so little Timmy can get some box juices for lunch?
The way I argue with this dude over his incredible child support payments, he paying $25 every 2 weeks, and we had a whole argument. Like, we had a whole argument over it. I don't know what's mythical, evil, diabolical woman who's having children for the sake of that $50 a month that men think women are, but it's tough out here in their mind. It's tough out here. The gold digging women who are finessing you for their half of your $400 a month a check, and trying to finesse you out of their half of the Applebee's 2 for $20, and trying to have your kids to purposefully get 50 in child support a month. I mean, it's crazy out here. I haven't seen it myself in person or like anywhere ever in any statistical data, but it's crazy out here. I heard.
Right? And then even like one step further, when I think about all these men that are angry with women for getting played, knowing full and well how easy it is to get played. You cannot vet men. Like, and they know that. None of these men are dumb enough to genuinely believe that a woman can know what a man's about to do. So she needs to be held accountable for having this kid when he is. Guess who's gonna get? I heard this might not be the exact number, but it's like $5,000 even with insurance just to have to give birth at a hospital. Like they said, like from day one, this child is costing you. Don't let that child be in the NICU for any reason, or be born with something that requires them to go back to the hospital. Like literally from like conception, this child is costing you money, and this man has the nerve and audacity to make it look like you are crazy, insensitive, calculating, sabotaging for asking for help. Like, I mean, when I heard that some women can go to prison if they don't bring the kid back for the first visit because it's child neglect. So if you need a bus, like it's crazy.
Be honest with me. Do women have a meeting?
Women should have meetings. Women should really have meetings.
I'm asking very specifically. Do women have a meeting?
No, we should.
Okay. I was just checking. Because I don't know, maybe these men are right and y'all get together once a year and y'all all talk about how y'all are going to disparage men in misandry or whatever they call it. I don't know. It may be just $50, but it's my last funky $50. So how do we know this isn't, a plan that women are enacting worldwide to take advantage of men's last $50? We don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, Free, you can jump in whenever, and then I'll let one more go, and then that'll be the end of this video.
Hey, what is the topic? As you came in.
So we are talking about this conspiracy, number one, that women all over the world are kind of enacting this conniving plan to take advantage of men's money by putting them on, purposefully having a child with them to get the benefit of like child tax credit and $50 a month child support. But the video is, we were just looking at some of Kendra G's participants on her dating show and just giving some critiques. I mean, just some critiques. No dragging or anything like that. Just some critiques.
Okay, I have a couple of commentary about Kendra G, but very. I wish that someone could explain this to me. Every time the issue of child support comes up in a conversation, don't you have to pay child support if you are not living with your family? Or like, I'm serious. Like, if
I know you're serious.
Yeah, like if you were with your family, would you still have to pay child support? How does that work? If anybody understands that, please explain to me. Because like, if I'm with my kids, I shouldn't have to pay child support. The only time I should pay child support is if I'm not around my kids much. At least that's how I'm thinking how it works. Can someone break it down to me? Because I never really understood.
Petty, you got a whiteboard ready?
No, I moved my stuff. I used to be over there, but now I'm over here. My whiteboard's over there. I'm not going to get up to get it.
Okay.
Because the reason why I say that, because it seems like there's a simple solution to this, but perhaps I'm looking at things from a surface level, and I don't understand like what all is there underneath the surface level. I know that like men will say that the women that they had the children with kept them from their kids, but in that case, you still could go to court to settle that first, and then you'll be around your kids. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like if you hate paying a certain amount of money, and some men pay a lot of money per month, and child support. Now, okay, fine, but then just have your children.
Mm,
But that would be more expensive.
mm. Let's just be honest. That's a fact. And I also want to then point out then, like, if you're going to get mad about child support for the first kid, why wouldn't you learn your lesson and not be putting yourself in a situation where you would have a kid again? Like, the part that blows my mind is you're going to be mad about this $50 and then walk around saying that you don't like condoms, they don't feel as good. Where do you think babies come from, my guy?
That's what I was going to say. It seems like a lack of discipline, because usually it's always like, well, you control your body. It's a woman's obligation because it's your body to get the thing. So why are you, like, if it's that deep, why are you engaging in this behavior where you can, knowing that you can't control a woman's body, why are you even engaging in this type of behavior anyway if you don't want kids and you're going to complain when you get put on child support? And why would you do it twice or thrice? But
And
I'm
it's
going
especially peculiar because, let's say like the man, hey Yasmin, you are the one who makes the more money, who makes more money, right? Okay. So to some degree, you can argue, well, if I'm the one making money, then I can now say that we should live here because this is where I make my money. And the kids should be with me, as opposed to like you having the government siphon off your money. Like, the government should never be involved in that situation. I have like different political beliefs about this as well, but yeah, someone in the comment section or somebody up here just break it down to me. Like,
Yeah, so when it comes to child support, if you have joint custody with your spouse, you don't have to pay child support. But if one of the person in the relationship has full custody, then the other one owes them child support. So it's basically when you're not there being an active parent to your child.
Okay, so how
you still have to file for child support.
Okay, so if they have joint custody, then you don't have to pay child support. Is that what you said?
Yeah, because you're still an active parent in your child's life and you're still seeing them. Like, I think with joint custody is like you take the child on certain days and the other parent takes it on other days.
So are people not coming to the agreement that they should go 50-50? Or what's
no?
People not coming to the agreement that the kid needs anything.
Say that again, Yasmin.
I didn't hear what Concern said.
I'm sorry. It was reactive. I apologize. I might have cut you off. But just to clarify, I was saying, like, people are just not coming to the agreement because men don't want to be agreeable. Like, they don't think the kid needs anything. Like, they are alive. Why do they need to eat? They're confused.
Yeah, or even like basic emotional support. It's so stupid. I honestly think that a lot of it is that these men lack foresight, because all we're talking about is literally the logical next step. It's like you have sex with someone unprotected, high chance they're going to get pregnant. Now you should probably be in the life of the child that you created with this person, but instead you choose to check out. Because to me, it's kind of cowardice. Like, why even bother? If you know that you can't take care of the kid, just don't have sex with the woman. I don't know.
Yeah, but we're okay. So like, people are just gonna do what they're gonna do. So like, we're past the point of, well, why don't you just don't have sex? They're gonna do what they're gonna do. So like, the next responsible thing to do would be, okay, how are we gonna take care of this kid? And somebody just said in the comment section that in some situations you still pay child support even if it's a 50-50 custody. It just depends on who's the person who's making more money. Where they do that at.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, I think they do that if there's if one partner makes more money to try to keep the to try to stop there from being like a large discrepancy between the income level of the two household. So support, even though it might not be as much as if you have sole custody.
Yeah, if you have full custody of your child, you're not going to be the one paying child support.
Yeah, the other person will. But if you have joint custody, the person who pays more could be put on child support. Well, you could file for child support against them. I think that's less common. But it's
LB said it was Arizona and California where this happened. LB said it was in Arizona and California where this happened.
Okay, so it's just certain states.
So just certain states where 50-50 custody.
Well, I don't know. I'm just going off of what Concern and LB just said. I thought it was
based on the information that we know.
Yeah.
So I mean, with that being said, okay, so are all these people? You can make the argument, right? That would make sense. And you would say, okay, I have 50-50 custody of my kids, but because I make more, I still have to give child support to my to the other parent. Okay, you can make that argument, but
you. Oh,
go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was going to say you would have to prove that the other parent is negligent for you to make them pay child support. If it's 50-50.
Gotcha. So there's really, so I'm back at square one, where I just really don't understand why not just be with your kids instead of having to pay $50 every 2 weeks. Why just not, why just be with your kids? Why isn't that less expensive according to you, or not you or anybody on this panel, but according to people who complain about child support?
I think these folks should take care of their kids, irregardless of if they pay child support or not. If you feel like you're taking care of your kids well and providing for them, then I think usually the courts will take that into account. But usually, don't nobody go to the court to try to say something like that. They just be yelling on Facebook about their baby mama or whoever. So I take care of my kids, but she's still trying to put me on child support. Like, I don't think they actually go and do stuff about it. Free left. I didn't kick her off.
I want to
agree with Free, even though she laughed. Oh, I said I agree with Free, even though she laughed.
That we gotta be honest. Yeah.
Be honest.
What? No, she said you should just take care of your children. I agree with her.
Oh, yeah. We're all in agreement then.
Yeah.
But we got to name that they don't want to have to be responsible for anything. That's why this happens. They want to be able to have the sex that is the most stimulating, right? Which is unprotected. They want to have that, and they don't want to have the responsibility for it. That's really the problem. Because broke men hate condoms. Men who don't want to be your boyfriend, who love one night stands, hate condoms.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that is true. They say it doesn't feel the same, but I think it's just people living in the moment.
And then, when you think about the selfishness of, often Black men in our community come from single parent households. They've felt it, right? They know what they're about to put their kids through. And then when they go ahead and do it again, because they want to be able to get to the next girl, they've already had this sex with this person and now the baby came, but they've seen their mama be able to handle it, so she should figure it out. They've seen their grandma be able to handle it, so she should figure it out. And then they can move on to the next conquest because they're hunters. As a woman, I'm really embarrassed for most men because the way that men describe the best masculinity and manhood and what the aspiration is sounds really exhausting and depressing. Why? It's oh, she's blocking off my ability to go out there and find a woman. No, you did. when you decided to have unprotected sex. No, you didn't, homie. You did that. Like, if you don't want to be a person with a kid, then don't do things that bring kids to the table. Like, no one's trying to ruin your fun. Just take ownership of that. The thing is that we're dealing with an insane level of selfishness that we just have to name.
Yeah. And I also think to the sentiment of like they came from single parent households too, and they saw their moms do it and whatever. It also kind of bleeds into some people just wanting other people to suffer the same suffering that they went through. And I think that's really sadistic to intentionally do that to somebody else because you think it breeds some form of like character when you're clearly displaying that there's none to be had in the first place. Like, please don't just bring kids here to make them suffer for your ego. It doesn't help anybody. And at the end of the day, you're just screwing with the child's like entire sense of self and mentality, and it just helps no one.
The thing that has me so thrilled is that, like, to me, T.I. is the most interesting, stupid person in the entire world. Like, I see how he was so obsessed with his one daughter's chastity and virginhood and holiness. And then look at how he responds to his son. Like, it's like even the men who put decorum and, excellence on a pedestal, even though, okay, T.I., but even like it's so interesting how some men will not care about their daughters and leave them out as cannon fodder, and other men will be so protective that it's dehumanizing either way. Like, they just truly believe that their life, like, they are entitled to use women, and it's so interesting because in the same breath they get so excited and obsessed with their sons in some cases, because men leave their sons too, but like they get so excited and obsessed with their sons, but then look at what Boozy taught his son. Look at what Boozy wanted for his son.
I was going to say that after you finish.
I'm done. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I was going to say basically they're making a whole deal about Dwayne Wade and his daughter Zaya. But when you look at Zaya, she's 15 years old. She's 15 years old, and she's having a whole adult conversation with Michelle Obama. But then when you see T.I. and Lil Boosie's son, nobody has anything to say about that.
Ooh.
It's just like
at 15.
Yeah, she is. And it's so sad the differences in how girls are socialized and the way that boys typically are socialized and in those lines. I feel like just because the bar for excellence in men that are currently men is so low, it feels like there's no way for them to teach another level of excellence. So as long as like their sons are having the surface level, okay, you're not fully openly embarrassing me at first type of thing, then they're okay with it. And I feel like the level with like, how do I put this? I don't want to be like rude, but it just feels like there's a pride in the types of degeneracy that sons engage in, especially when it comes to being sexually irresponsible. And because they can see themselves in their sons in that way, they just sweep it under the rug or just forget about it or try not to deal with it.
Do you think that hip hop plays a big part? Like, I noticed that
absolutely
people on the outside looking in, they say hip hop is a big part of our African American culture, but Black people say it's just entertainment. But then when you have boys growing up without fathers and you have this baby mama, baby daddy culture being a big narrative, basically spoken in hip hop, it does become a part of the culture.
But
I don't think it's fair to say that it's just entertainment because entertainment raises kids. It can't be just entertainment. Like, kids copy the things that they see and they copy the things that they hear. And if all that you're showing them is BS, then they're going to emulate that BS. So yes, I think it of course plays a part in all of that.
I want to agree with that, but something I would note is that, and maybe this is anecdotal, I feel that when white people listen to hip hop and gangster rap, because they listen to it too. Like, let's be real, it'd be top of the
Yeah.
charts because black music is good music. They're able to do so without this type of connection to the culture and able to, listen to "I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna shoot you in the brain," and then go to their 9 to 5 at Arby's or wherever. So I think it's more the culture creates the music, not like I don't strongly feel like the music
Yeah, I
influences
think
the culture in a strong way. I think it's the other way around, but it might. I don't know.
I think it's different when white people listen to it. They already have a family structure in place. It's not I think it's different when they listen to the music. I don't know how to explain it, but I think black people more so live it and white people they're just listening to it.
Yeah. I think because like for a portion of black people, not only do they hear it in the music, they also see it in their everyday lives. And
Yeah.
maybe that combination normalizes it in a way that white people are removed from because their communities tend to be completely different.
Okay, so a type of a reinforcement in the black community. Either the hip hop reinforces the culture, or the culture reinforces the hip hop, or it's probably both
Yeah.
ways in some form.
Either way, it's cyclical.
Yeah, I
No.
would agree.
Like you think about the rappers that talk about something that makes sense, right? Like a lot of black men fall for foolishness. Like I remember hearing about them bringing like truckloads of white girls to camp, like training camp for football players so that they could go get themselves a white girl, to keep the system going. Like a lot of the rappers will get pressured into, and I'm not saying that they're victims. What I'm saying is that like they're easily deceived and they don't have the strength of character to want better for themselves. They're just glad that they got here. Because you think about the rappers that, like I think about, and these people are probably problematic in their own ways, but we have intelligent rappers. Like, you think about like Lupe Fiasco, you think about some of the other ones who say
J.
things.
Cole.
Huh?
J. Cole.
J. Cole, right? Like they easily will come in and out of fame. And, often black people love the conscious rappers, white people love the trash rappers. And for the cash grab, they like a lot of these men will pick up the gangster rap. And now that the rap lyrics are going to be used against them, I remember going to college. This is going to date me, but 33 is fabulous. Highly recommend. I remember the song "I'm So Hood," or like they would like there were contests for being the most gangster. Like, and then men would like openly talk about how many people how much gangster they are. Like it was a competition to be the most gangster. And so it's like the idea that the trauma that you've experienced, you're going to compete on like literally the trauma Olympics for white people's entertainment. And when you get out, you're going to still abide by those same frameworks where you're going to do messy shit you've seen kill all the people that you aspire to be. Like, you know what I mean? Most of our rappers were fans of the rap that killed off many of our favorite rappers. And you're just going to do it again and again and again because you're choosing the opportunity to be entertaining to white people over the opportunity to actually be a part of the change you want to see. Because these dudes, whenever they calm down and they get on these platforms and have a one-on-one type chat, they want to talk about the issues in the black community. The first thing they want to do is talk about how, people go through too much and there's a single motherhood rate, blah, blah. They want to blame the women, right? But in reality, they're not happy with it, but they just create single mothers regardless. You know what I mean? Like, how do you have this defeatist mindset so ingrained in you that you would be literally willing to follow a script does not work? And I'm not saying being with white women is an issue. I'm saying that, like, if you have a healthy, mistrust of white people, right? And they send you a bus of women. I'm confused about why you thought this was a present. Because these are the same dudes who are hoteps and Hebrew Israelites when they try to talk to you. Like, why would you fall for that?
It's just a lack of foresight, in my opinion. Like, I don't think they can, not that they can't think past the present moment, but it's almost like a refusal to think past the present moment and present enjoyment and pleasures. And that traps people a lot. That's just kind of how I see it. But I'm actually going to hop off now. Thank you for letting me up here and like listening to my little rambles. Hi, Concerned and Yasmin. I have so much respect for both of you, and I love both of your personalities. Prince Petty, you're hilarious and the perfect amount of sarcastic. Thank you guys for having me up here, and have a good night.
Thank you
Have
for
a good
coming.
night. It was lovely meeting you.
It was lovely meeting you too. Bye-bye.
Prince Petty, you really need to have your own show. Like, I mean, granted, this is the first step, but I promise you, like, you should keep doing this. Like, it's like a certain level of wholesomeness, and you're obviously very intelligent. But like the stuff you bring up is so like who brings a whiteboard? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I agree with you. But I'm also going to hop off, but I'm going to continue to watch. So have a good night.
Okay, thank you for coming. Have a good night. Everybody who came gave what needed to be given, in my opinion. We're past the 2-hour mark, so I don't think I'm going to continue with Kendra G. Well, should I? Her next person is like 10 minutes long. We could either do one person, or we could look at one random video from my Instagram saved.
either way, I'm hopping off too.
Okay, thank you for coming and giving what needed to be given. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a poll. I will be using bisexual lighting in the future once I figure out how to get them on the right sides. Hello, LB.
Hi.
How are we feeling about the bisexual lighting?
The bisexual lighting, love it. I didn't even notice that, but that's cute. I like it.
It's red and blue and purpley. I like it. Yeah, I was like, what are we doing right now? What you talking about? I need my own show. What y'all think I'm up here?
That was funny to me, though. Wait,
then,
but I just tend to be annoying.
Oh, okay. So let's see. How come he doesn't mention his channel on Themis? Oh, I don't like to promote on other people's channel unless I'm doing like something specific. Y'all didn't even know I have my own little spot over here on YouTube where I like to engage in degeneracy, because Themis is too proper for us to have truly degenerate conversations. We need to talk about, is it gay to wipe between your butt cheeks? Is a conversation going around on Black Twitter right now.
I hope not.
We need to talk about stuff we can't talk about. Petty and Panda.
Kenny said the lighting has a sexuality. It's a bisexual flag.
Bisexual lighting is, I think, red, purple, blue.
Pink, purple, blue. Well, actually,
is it actually?
Yeah, pink, purple, blue.
Okay.
There's a blue, purple, pink. One of those.
So you come up to correct me and you don't know.
Well, it's one of the two. I know that.
Pink, purple, and blue lighting. Okay, yeah, you were right.
Yeah.
That's what bisexual lighting is. So I need to change the red to pink. And that's what I'll do. But bisexual lighting. Okay, well, here, my bad. I didn't realize y'all were already ahead of me in the comments.
Yeah. I just found a bisexual colored wig.
A bisexual colored what?
Wig. Well, a bi flag colored wig that I plan to wear in the near future. I'm so excited.
All right. I'm trying to make this poll. A bisexual wig, a bisexual colored wig.
Yep. Why did Kenny say don't entertain this? The bisexual lighting?
So how should we close? Should we do...
Kenny thinks we're trolling. He doesn't think that bisexual colors are a thing.
We explained it 3 different times from 3 different people. I feel like everybody is trolling. If you think everybody's trolling, it's you. That's what I learned. If I think everybody has a problem, it's probably me. So I put a poll in the chat to see if you guys want to do one more of Kendra's people, which would take probably like 10 minutes, or if y'all want to do one random video from my Instagram. You will have no idea what it is that I will pull up.
Can we add an option to that poll?
Sure.
Okay. Watch Kendra and do a dusty question.
A dusty question?
When do you do dusty questions? Is there a regular schedule? Because I'm missing my dust.
My whole week, I was supposed to put out a video, another video. I have a video edit I've been doing. I was supposed to do another live earlier this week. I have been at my job and they are making me actually work. It is so ghetto. It's like, what's going on? I've never done this in my life at work before, but they're making me actually do my job, so I don't have as much time. But y'all can catch us Saturday. I think I'm gonna move to Saturday instead of Sunday because Sunday does not seem to be giving what people need to get on Sundays. I think maybe Sunday I'll do a either a movie review or a dusty question, and Saturday I'll do a live stream. And this is actually an unplanned live stream, but Saturday, Sunday we could do a dusty questions then. In the poll, the results are in. 79% of people voted for a Kendra participant and 21% voted for a random IG vid. Let's see how we feel at the end of Kendra's thing, and then we can, depending on that, we can do that. How about that? All right. A tyrant for the people. The episode you chose from Kendra's show was pretty tame. That show is ratchet AF. Yes, I think I was gonna do the one where Cynthia G's sister came on, and we were going to watch that one because that one was messy. This one, I think this one got messy towards the end, but I don't remember. I kind of like hopped in and oh yeah, this one was tame. I don't think any of these people are problematic. I can't remember. Well, no, they are problematic, but even these people compared to the other lives, woo, ghetto. And then there was one that happened yesterday. We should have watched the one she did yesterday because that's the one that made me say we need to talk about this. So yeah, y'all want to watch? So y'all want to watch Cynthia's sister now? Should we just? Because this one is actually pretty tame. We could watch Cynthia's sister segment and critique, or we could finish.
Sister. What?
Okay, let me see.
Cynthia's Barbie doll.
Let's go to Kendra.
And by Cynthia's Barbie doll, I mean Angelica's.
Lord, oh my God! She posts like this. I don't like that. Okay, here's the live stream. I'm trying to figure out which one of these. Was it the one where she had the hat on? Now, first of all, Kendra be having some good outfits. Yep, it's this one. So we'll do this one last. Actually, we'll do this in the after show. How about that? Oh my God, that is like 20 minutes long. It's fine. It's fine. So let me play my little thing, and we'll go into the after show. Thank you guys for watching. I'm, of course, about to go into the after show. So if you would like to see that critique, you can. Everybody else, thank you. Pause. I haven't played the sus intro in a while, actually. Let's use that one.
You really want to catch fucking 350 pounds of dude in your ass?
Of course.
Sounds like a good time.
That's a good time to me. He hop on my meeting, he start riding me. I said, Daddy, don't stop it. Look how he drop it. Just like a pilot, I'm all in his cockpit. I lick the cock tip, I let the cock drip.
Okay.
I love
So,
this song. Can you send me a link?
Sure.
Thank
It's,
you.
yeah, I'll do that. So Cynthia's sister came on, and let's see.
Hello?
That's not her sister.
I was expecting like a white blonde girl with messed up hair, not someone. Are you saying
Whoa.
Sim G's sister?
Yeah, I think. I don't know, but I think so.
I don't know if I believe that, but okay.
Yep.
Hey,
I need evidence.
okay, I gotta come back to you, boo.
She said, I got to come back to you. Kendra don't play about that internet. She said, my internet is bad enough. We don't need to.
Hello?
Hi,
Hi, what's your name?
my name is Ella.
Ella, where you calling us from?
I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, Washington. How old are you?
I'm 40.
40. Good. What do you do for a living?
I am a blogger.
Why was you hesitant to tell me that?
Because it's private.
So you don't want people to know?
Well, it's incognito. So my blog, it's like you can't tell that it's me intentionally.
Okay. So that's what you do for a living, though?
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to point out, I don't know if this, let me stop and say, I don't know if that's actually her sister. I just noticed, I watched this live for, I think, 25 to 30, maybe. So I watched like a little bit of hers, and I saw everybody was in the comments like, that's Sinji's sister, that's Sinji's sister. I don't know if it's actually her sister or not. I don't have anything to go off of, but it's fine.
Sorry, my children are in the background being loud.
Okay.
You don't want to tell us more about it because you want to keep your anonymous. Okay. Ella, you said Seattle, Washington?
Yes.
Seattle, Washington. 40, do you have any kids?
I have 2.
2 kids. How old are your children?
23 and one will be 18 on Christmas.
Okay, same man?
No.
Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay, when did you get divorced?
September 15th. It was finalized.
Oh, this year?
Yes.
You just got divorced like a month ago.
I've been waiting to get on the show. You say gotta be single, so hurried up and got that.
Oh, you already ready, girl. You been divorced for a month and said it's time for the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
Pause. Let me just say, I don't know how divorce laws are where y'all are, but usually if you've just gotten divorced, that means you've already been in, I think you've already been in litigation. I don't know if that's the right word, but you've already been in litigation probably for like months prior. And before you even started like the divorce proceedings, you probably didn't checked out the marriage already for a while. Like, I don't think people just wake up and have a bad day and get divorced, and then the next day they're out dating. I think usually people have been checked out for a long time before it even gets to filing for divorce. And then
Yeah. I think some states require you to be separated for a certain amount of time too first.
Mm-hmm. She's on Cynthia's show all the time, commentating on the content. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I don't watch outside of Themis. I don't watch a lot of people who do like the long live streams because this is hours and hours and hours of content to go and get and catch up on. So I don't usually, but so unless it's on, I catch one every now and then I don't usually know. So, but why is Concern been trying to get people signs all day? I believe y'all concocting something. Y'all told me that the women have a monthly meeting together all over the world. Y'all come together to connive against men. So this is concerning me a little bit, but let's watch a little bit. Separation most likely for a year and some. Yeah.
I've actually been dating. We've been separated for over 3 years.
Okay,
about 4 years.
We're nosy. You don't have to answer, but do you want to share why you got divorced?
It was an abusive relationship, and then he turned into a meth addict. And I mean, it wasn't his. I don't believe that it was his fault that he turned into a meth addict. He was trying to self-soothe, I guess, because our daughter died, and he couldn't do.
Because your daughter died?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear what happened to your daughter.
She was run over by the electric company and then overdosed at the hospital.
I also don't like, I guess this is a personal choice. I do not like, first of all, sympathy for her daughter, of course, but I do not like, I'm not going to blame Kendra for pressing for information, because you always have the option, I guess, to say, I wouldn't like to discuss such things, publicly on the internet. But I just don't like disclosing so much personal information. And yes, I see the comments. That was a lot. Like, divorced a month ago, separated 3 years ago, abuse, meth addiction, and daughter passed away. Like, I don't think there's any way that relationship would have survived. But yeah, I don't like Kendra's pressing for like, how the relationship end. Well, I mean, I guess how the relationship end, understandable. How did your daughter pass away? I don't know if that's too intrusive or not, but I guess that's for the person she's asking to decide. Let me play a little more.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So you had 3 children initially?
Correct.
Okay, sorry to hear that. And then the death of your child just kind of took you guys apart?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about when parents deal with the passing of a child, it's hard for them to stay married together. That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. So this is Ella. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
November 25th, and I'm a Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. All right. So this is Ella, Seattle, Washington. She's 40. She's a blogger.
She said her birthday is November 25th. Is that what she said? But she's a Sagittarius? I thought that was Scorpio. Or am I tripping? Sagittarius is like towards Christmas, I guess. No, I guess LB isn't the. Where is the sign expert?
I'm so sorry. I'm at
No,
work still, and I was working.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna play some more.
2 children. She's a Sagittarius. Was once married. What kind of man you looking for, honey?
Okay, I got a long list.
You have a long list.
A long list. I wrote it down. So he must believe in higher power. He doesn't have to be like Christian or anything, but he definitely has to believe in a higher power. He can't be an atheist. So it must be spiritual. He needs to enjoy outdoor activities. He must be calm, dominant, respectful, financially secure, loyal, responsible, honest, kind, authentic, thoughtful, a good communicator, athletic, health conscious, tall. I'm not finished. Affectionate, emotionally available. He must be a gentleman, hygienic, has nice teeth, well dressed, old fashioned, patient, dressed sophisticatedly. Not skinny. If he is under 40, he must be above 6 feet tall. And if he is over 40, he must be above 5'9".
Oh, she's just trolling.
Okay. Because I was like, she's definitely playing. She plays.
Yeah. She's definitely trolling though, because her sister is on the internet. She's a blogger. She knows Kendra G. And so this sounds like she came up there to create content for her and her sister to react to.
I wasn't making faces. I was on mute. I wasn't making faces because of her standards. I was making faces because I can't write that. I'm like trying to keep up.
I lost track. I was like, huh, what? And then I was like, oh, she's playing with us.
She said 6 feet for men under 40. That's the only thing I thought was weird, but I guess if you're dating out, if you have a standard, I assume the only reason you would lower your standard is if you get a benefit in somewhere else, like a trade-off. So I don't think that's bad.
Okay.
Hey, Adrian, I didn't know Adrian was here. These standards are interesting. Kendra is so awkward. No, I don't think she's being awkward. I think she's like, I get like this subtle vibe from Kendra when she's talking to women who she thinks have like high standards, where she be making the faces and like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like a type of passiveness towards a passive aggression towards these women. Like, God damn, you crazy. Like, that's what I'm getting from when she's doing like the faces and all over the place and stuff like that. But I'm not a body language expert, so so let me try to play a good minute and see what we get out of a good minute.
Okay, explain to me the age requirements based on height.
Because so I'm 40 years old, and I do sometimes date guys that are like, guys try to date me that are like in their 20s and sometimes 30s, and I noticed that it's easier for me to date a guy that is over 30 if he is taller, because I don't know, I guess I equate that to him being like more of a man. If he's, I don't know, it's kind of an issue of mine, but I have it. So,
and then if he's older, he could be shorter.
Yeah, but he still has to be about 5'9".
Oh, okay. Are all these non-negotiable requirements on your list?
Majority of them are, yes.
What's negotiable?
What's negotiable? If he has facial hair, which I didn't even say that. I love facial hair. I also like dark skinned guys. So that is negotiable. I date all nationalities. So, but I do prefer a black man. So that's negotiable. However, he can't be like super white. And by super white, I mean like culturally as well as his appearance. Like, he has to be under 10. So I can't have like an Irish dude that's just like hella pale. No, thank you. Yeah, so that, yeah.
He has to be, I think you mentioned athletic, so he has to be athletic.
Yes, and so that's with the age range too. So I like guys that are bigger. He can't be skinny. So skinny is definitely a non-negotiable. Like, I can't do a really skinny guy. That is for another reason. But yeah, I don't like really skinny guys. So, and I think that.
Look, after you date someone who's on meth, I completely understand you.
Why do you like this?
Like, that's real though.
Like, that stuff, heroin and stuff like that, them hard drugs, you be losing weight and weight, like losing weight. Y'all know crack. When you think of a crackhead, what do you think of?
Oh
I'll just give you a few seconds to think.
Skinny dude.
There you go.
Wait.
Okay, like, look.
I know you're trolling, but like dead ass serious, yes.
Maybe it's a stereotype and it's bad to play into that, but we definitely have a type when we think of hard drugs, and maybe that's due to some type of trauma she has from dating somebody who's been on meth and now associating him.
Stop.
Let me see what's in the comments.
I'm gonna need you in the comments to stop y'all sharing my PTSD.
Let me see who said something in the comments. Why the age thing? If he's under 35, he got to be 6 feet. Interesting.
Is Adrian taking this serious?
I don't know. Adrian, are you taking this serious? And you can come up, by the way, if you want to. But like I said earlier, if her preference is for people over 35, well, I think she said 40, but I assume the only reason she would date below her preference is if she's getting something somewhere else, which in this case she's saying you can be, how about I'll lower this standard if you meet me somewhere else, which would be aesthetically pleasing to her.
My brain cannot even process right now. Like, I'm checking
with bad teeth. She also said teeth. She also said she specified teeth is not a negotiable. So the fact that she's like no skinny, no bad teeth is like she don't want to.
Really traumatized by the
restaurant workers, no warehouse workers. No offense to the restaurant and warehouse workers, but if you've worked in a warehouse or a restaurant, you know.
Look, I don't know what's going on with these men who work in the warehouse. They flirt with everything. They flirt with the machines even. I've seen it. Trying to make it. I didn't get the height to age ratio either, but everything was on point. She never asked a guy what's negotiable, even when he's poor or unattractive. I have to take your word. I don't see her pushing. Like, remember the first guy we watched on the last one was like, I want a woman, she got to be in shape and she got to be youthful like me. And she was like, stand up and do the Kendra cam. And he stood up and he was giving what he gave. And she wasn't like, do you think that you deserve a woman who's youthful and playful and in shape when you look like, no, she was like, hell yeah, there you go. Like she was gassing him up, even if I think she was being like sarcastic when she did it, but still, yeah, I agree with that comment.
You didn't feel the need to humble them.
With everything. He was given circle.
That has to do with like he seems like not really a grown man if he's really skinny. That too. So yeah.
Now, what are your deal breakers? I'm assuming you wrote that down.
I did. Okay, so one deal breaker that I have is that I do not want to date a guy that treats women that he's newly dating based off of his previous relationships. So I've dated guys that are like, oh, I used to give, girlfriends a credit card when they go out of town or something, and then you're going out of town with my credit card, and it's like, oh, I don't do that anymore because like the last chick kept my credit card when we broke up, and she was like booking hotel or something, stuff like that. I'm not okay with you telling me, things that you do in the beginning of the relationship, and then tell me, oh, you're not going to do that for me because it went poorly in relationship previously. That's not okay.
So nobody that's going to use his past experience to negate how he moves forward in his current experience?
Exactly.
Okay, how are we feeling about that part specifically?
I think I love Sin's sister just a little bit. I have a crush. She reminds me of Mona from that one show that I can't think of the name of. Yeah.
I don't remember. I know that I should know of a Mona. Like, I know that I know, like, if somebody could tell me the show and I'd be like, yeah, but it's not coming to me right now.
It's there's two sisters. One's preppy. One grew up like a regular life. One mom is like textbook, quote unquote, ghetto, and the other one is like bougie and uptight. One of the moms snatched the other mom's wig one time, and then they put the wig right back on. I can't remember the name of that show.
Concern.
The dad has
It's not sister.
Oh yeah, sister.
What? I don't remember that being
she just like huh?
I didn't remember. I thought that they were Tia Tamara on the show. Like they changed the name.
Oh wait, no, not sister. Half and half. Yeah. Thank you, Bandit X.
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
That's because you're a baby.
So
it was
LB,
a great show that existed in the past. You should watch it sometime.
Look, I don't watch old people shows. I am 16. If it does not have, if it don't have Subway Surfers in the background, it's my attention span is too short.
God, wild.
But Concern, how did you feel about her regarding a man treating you differently based off of his past experience?
I mean, I think that that's kind of weird. But I mean, she, based off of what I've seen of her in the past, wants to be a trophy wife. Like she's very traditional, very much wants to have a certain type of relationship with a certain type of guy, and both have to fit the bill. So if you want to have a shallow relationship with a person that, if you want to have a shallow relationship, I get it. I mean, it's not my favorite, but if that's what you want, like she seems like a shallow person.
I mean, specifically the I don't think she's shallow, by the way, if that's what you just said. But I think specifically the part where I wanted your opinion specifically on the part where she's like someone who is treating me differently. Well, she said, for example, he told her that he used to splurge on his ex, and when they started dating, he would buy her everything and just give her the credit card, and she would go on a shopping spree, but he won't do that with her. And I was asking specifically how you guys feel about somebody, I guess, treating you differently because they treated their ex a certain way, and their ex, I guess, took advantage of his credit card or whatever, so now he won't do that for you.
What did you say, Ellie?
Oh, I said it's annoying. I was gonna go in, but go ahead.
Oh no! Like go ahead. I basically am in between on it because in reality, like it's annoying to receive, but everybody does it based off of their experiences. Like, okay, I have to earn your trust in this way because I've been burned. Okay. That's really bad on that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
I am done. I thought I was. I didn't make it clear that I was done. Go ahead, LB.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So what I was thinking more so, like, more than just that being the situation being annoying, it's the fact that you went out of your way to tell me and to tell me that the reason that you don't do X for me is because your ex did Y. If that makes sense. Like, why did you need to tell me that your ex did this thing to you, which is why I'm not the recipient of something that you would have otherwise gave to me? Like, that's annoying. Because
Yeah.
you could have just
So
not told me that you used to get down like that. Like, if I never knew that you were like, I don't know, like flying people out to different islands and shit and giving Birkin bags, I wouldn't feel any kind of way. But if I know that you gave every bitch before, every person before me a Birkin bag, I'm just using random things as examples, and a flight to like whatever island, then I'm going to be kind of annoyed to find out that you used to do that, and then that you're not doing it for me because something that somebody else did. And for me, it's not even a double standard. For me, it's more like, because I have traumatic history with men. If I were to like move differently, well, actually, so I do move differently, but I don't tell people that's why I'm moving differently. Like, for instance, like if I say I go on a first date with somebody and they give me like meth head signs, my ex is a meth head. So like if you give me meth head signs from jump, I'm gonna just be like, yeah, nah, I'm good. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, you remind me of my ex who was a meth head because your teeth are fucked up and blah, oh, sorry. And blah, blah, whatever. Like, it's just extra. Like, why are you doing the extra of telling me the source of your issue instead of just like, I'm not comfortable yet. Like, I can respect that, but like, don't give me the full backstory, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So
Does that
I
make
think
sense?
yeah, I agree with you there. I specifically was going to disagree with her because I don't think it's bad to change your behavior based on the way your dating life has gone in the past. I think literally everybody does that. We talked about a woman earlier today who said she felt a type of way because men were mad at her for wanting to take separate cars since she didn't know them or not go over their house for the first time. And it's like, maybe she learned something from doing something like that in the past. Maybe she had a bad experience where she wanted to change her behavior. So I don't disagree with that sentiment, but specifically the part where it's like, the comparing somebody to your ex generally I don't think is good, as well as I think her issue was him advertising it. Like, why are you telling me if you're not going to, oh yeah, I used to spend all this money on we used to spend money all the
Yeah.
time. Like London Lincoln, some other people in the chat were like, if you hadn't have brought this up, nobody would have even made a big deal about it in the first place. Like, I
Yeah,
think
I think
everybody's
that's actually,
issue is
sorry. But yeah, like, because I'm still processing through this while I'm talking to you about it. But like, I do think it's more so that because to me, like saying I used to do these nice things for other people until my ex, and now I'm not going to do these nice things for you. That's just extra and unnecessary. But I think, like, on the other hand, if you're saying I used to be open in this way, but then somebody hurt me and I'm being careful, like that to me is like valid because now I understand why you're like reserved in some way or another. At least I'm understanding. But like to say that you're like doing gifts and stuff or gestures and like it's just weird. It's like if an explanation is needed, then sure, give it. But if not, don't. Like for instance, I went on a date with a guy and he like grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the street because I almost walked in front of a car. And then I cussed him out and I hit him and I said, don't fucking touch me, right? Sorry about my language again. And so for him, like to me, that requires an explanation. Oh, like I've been abused in the past. This is why I acted that way and I'm sorry. It was like a reflex or whatever. Like to me, that's relevant, but like that to me, that's not holding. I don't know. Like there's situations that call for an explanation. That would be one of them. But like I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I used to give my ex gifts, but then I just decided not to. I don't. Does this make sense?
Totally. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's like the differentiator is like you're dangling this almost like a carrot in front of my face saying like prove yourself because and you're justifying it with saying you're hurt in the past because first of all you're assuming that this credit card is motivating for me, which is insulting. Granted, I like nice things, but you thinking that this credit card is going to like move me is insulting. And but if you're saying, hey, you know, this is like I need you to do something that otherwise I need you to forgive a thing. Like if you say, hey, like for me, for example, I don't like leaving a date if it ended well without plans to know when we're going to go on a date again. Like I just don't like I don't like the feeling in between where you're kind of figuring out who's going to do what, who's going to say what. Like that's one of my things. Like if I'm starting to feel you, like I need us to know when we're going to see each other again so I don't have this luring in my head and like this, you know, longing to see you. Like I get pissed off. Like it doesn't land well with me, you know? So like if we are, huh?
Oh, sorry. I'm like, I don't know how we got here, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, like that, but it's a weird it's like a twitch of mine. But where a guy could probably be like, "That's okay," like you can't, like, okay, like. But if I tell you that story, maybe it might make a little bit more sense. But you telling me, "Hey, you could get this perk, but only if you're good," is kind of like you really assume I'm motivated by this, aren't you?
And you're
like
trying to train me? What?
Are you trying to train me? Yeah.
Okay,
I feel like you're trying to train me.
So
I just thought about the girl from Coming to America just riffing like.
Haven't seen it. I have not seen anything y'all have
You were
seen.
such a baby, ew.
I haven't seen nothing. That's good though, because now when we do movie and TV show reviews, it's literally my first time watching it.
Have you genuinely not seen that?
I was poor. Y'all grew up with TVs. See, that's y'all's kids are spoon fed these days.
You don't know my life, Penny. But anyways, we should watch this on your Discord.
Okay. So let's play a little more. I'm not in disagreement with anybody, by the way. It sounds like mostly approach matters, approach and tone, and reasoning behind why you have this standard and whether or not you should even be bringing it up in the first place. So, yeah, let's put this on.
But don't
Oh, I've also been purposefully ignoring the live chat over here because they are upset at her because she wants somebody with good teeth. I don't know why they're mad.
We do kind of, but like I said, this guy literally did these things as a selling point. Like he's told all these things that he's done as like, this is why you should be with me. But then when it comes to like, okay, well, yay, we're in this relationship now. He's like, oh yeah, I'm not doing that because this happened in that relationship, and I'm not doing that.
I got it. So what's some other deal breakers?
I don't want a liar. I can't have a lazy guy. He has to be hygienic. Like I can't have him stinking. And not a cheater. So, and the thing is about it though, I'm not gonna say that this guy has to be extremely exclusive to me, but I definitely have to feel like I'm the most important person in your life.
So you're open to him having other women as long as you're the main girl?
No, I need to feel like I'm the most important person in your life. So if you can accomplish seeing other people while still making it so, I feel like I'm the most important person in your life, then yeah.
Most important person as in the females he's dating, or just overall?
Overall, the most important person in your life.
Over his, what if he has children?
Yeah, I would prefer him not to have children.
Oh, what's the age range you want to date?
I'm gonna say 30 to up, as long as he can get up and walk and athletic.
But you have 2 kids, so he can't have kids?
If they're grown, like my kids are grown.
Okay, your kids are grown, so if he has grown kids,
that's fine.
Okay, now back to my original question.
He still needs to make me feel like I'm the most important person in his life.
So you want to feel more important than his own children?
Yes.
Will he be more important than your children?
No. But I'm
let me let a little more play.
going to make him feel like he is.
Girl, now look.
Okay, before Kendra try to do whatever Kendra gonna try to do, Yep, Nicole said it. Keyword feel. Now I feel like your partner should be the most important person in your life. Even over
I
your
vehemently disagree.
if you're married and you've been in this long-term relationship for a long, I do feel like your partner should be the most important person in your life. Not like, oh, I just started dating somebody, bye kids. But I do think, yeah, like, is it really that deep? Is it really that deep? Like,
yeah,
is
dude,
it?
like, yeah, like, I don't know. Y'all are not. Wait, where's romance gone? I need romance. Like, I need to feel like you are enchanted with me. God damn it! Like, granted, obviously, you're gonna be responsible for your
Agree.
children,
So
huh?
you do agree.
I want to feel like you're enchanted. I want to feel like I'm the most important person in your life and you're in love with me. I don't think that, like, you know, a guy who makes it so clear to you, like, you will never come in front of my kids, you will never matter as much to me as my career, you will never do it all. Like, people who make it, people who take the romance out of it and make it look like you're just my wife, you're not my I don't know, I want to be your person. Like, I want to be your person.
Okay, I'm feeling that.
I'm trying not to be condescending. I'm like, oh, that's cute. no,
No,
I'm very
I can
jaded
handle
and
that
brokenhearted.
energy. No. Let me tell you. LB, I'm happy with us disagreeing. I just think it sounds cute, but like, that's my personality. Like, and I understand different strokes for different folks. Like, maybe other people would want to have a different type of relationship, but like, I'm mushy.
Like, so for me, like, I'm the type of person that would date somebody that feels like you, but like, that's because, well, I'm not going to get into why, but I would date somebody like you. And then I would be like, I hope I get feels, but if not, who cares? Like, is that horrible? See, this is why I don't date.
You hope
this
you
is
get
why I
what?
don't date yet. Because I'm just like, I used to only go for people who were like that because their feelings would always be stronger and it would make me feel really secure. But I'm actually to the point where I don't need that anymore. But I still find it like attractive for people to be like kind of what I consider slightly delusional in a good way about love. Not even delusional, like just like, I don't know, they have like magical thinking around love. Like, that's attractive to me because it's like hope and like just positive vibes and stuff versus like someone who's cynical about it. Like, I don't want to be with someone like me that's like, like we're not going to get into my views because that's just depressing.
No, LB, I don't want that for you. I want a little magical thinking for you as it comes to love. Love conquers all, LB.
I gotta work on that because I was in some really magical, very magical love where, yeah, I was high all the time and he was high too, but on other things, more serious things, and it was so magical. So like, I'm trying not to like the magical part scares the shit out of me. So like, I can have a partner that's living in the magical realm, but like for me, like, I'm staying grounded because I haven't got to the point where I could like play in magic yet. Like, in this,
so you be in a perfect relationship, looking over your shoulder, like, all right, what is it?
No, like, I'll just accept it
What's
while
it
it
gonna
is,
be?
but I don't expect anything to be forever, if that makes sense. Like, because to me, when you still have that magical love feeling, you can expect it to go on forever. Like, a lot of the times in the past, I've entered relationships with like an expiration date set in my mind. Like, this is gonna be, like, for instance, my first boyfriend. I was like, this is gonna be my college boyfriend. We're not gonna be together long term, and we broke up like a year before I ended college. Like, even my last boyfriend, I was like, this is going to be short term, but then I started to have the magical feelings and I was like, this is going to be forever. And then I was like, oh shit, wait, no. And so like, I try to catch myself when I'm in the magical realm and like ground myself back. And if anybody's into astrology, I have a lot of Capricorn energy.
Hello. Okay, keep going.
Capricorn energy. Like, I have that in multiple houses. Like my rising's Gemini, my sun is Cancer, but yeah.
What? Plot twist. So
Yeah,
Cancer?
I'm a Cancer, Gemini rising with hella
Tell me you're on a
Capricorn.
cusp, though. You're on a cusp? You're on a cusp? Or no? You're like Cancer? You don't have to tell me the date, but are you a cusp or not?
When's the cutoff?
The cusp is like between the 17th and I think the 23rd. Some will do 24th to 25th to the 16th.
I'm a few days before the cusp.
Man. Okay. All right, but your rising is Gemini.
I was gonna say I love a magical lover. Like I do love a magical lover. I love a magical person. I love a hopeful person because like it's good energy to be around. And it's not like I'm negative, but I'm always skeptical, if that makes sense. Like it's not like I go looking for things, but if things go wrong, I'm not disappointed. I live without expectations at this point. Like I have standards, but I don't have expectations, if that makes sense. Like I don't expect anything of you, but you're also required to meet my standards if I'm with you. And same for me. Like I'm required to meet your standards, or I feel like you should like move on.
I get it. I think so. The thing about it is that like the idea of being the only, and granted, like I understand what you're saying, right? The way that I take life is just like, I am a sensual person. Like I want to be, if I'm in a relationship with a person, I can't see myself being excited to come home to you if I don't feel like you're a part of like my battery, where I don't sit down and be like, oh my gosh, this is the person that I want to talk about the concept of blah, 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 blah. And, he understands it and he gets it and we can vibe. And like, I get so like, if I admire my person, it literally like, it makes me feel like I will, if I admire them, if I feel like there's synergy there, like I will start to build you into my life and I will start to really feel like even more empowered by it. And I feel like what motivates me in love is the feeling like I just am so hyped on my team, Like I'm the person who will just like stop the party and be like, I love you guys. Oh my God. I'm that person.
So I think the issue people are having with this question, maybe based on, I'll save some comments to go back to later. They think maybe when I say my partner is the most important person, they're thinking it's like a worship thing, or I have a fan or a stan or whatever. I don't know what it's called now. Or they think that now I'm going to walk in the house and my kids are going to be like, daddy, daddy. And I'm going to be like, move. Where's your mom? I don't care about you. Like, this is the, what is it? What is that question? Who gets a plate first at the dinner table, the father or the children? This is that question to me, because I believe if I'm setting food for the table, I'm going to feed my wife before I feed my children, because I believe my wife is more important than my children. But people, that statement sounds inflammatory. Like the way it sounds like I'm gonna put my wife's dinner in front of her and my children's dinner, I'm gonna throw it at the wall and they just gonna starve because I don't care. They're not the most important in my, like, I feel like who's actually the most important doesn't really matter that much if you're being a good spouse and a good father and a good son, I guess, because my mom's really important. Good whoever, if your grandparents are, like, I feel like people are taking it the wrong way. So even though to me my partner is the most important and that's how I feel everybody should be, I don't think it's that deep. I really don't. I don't think it's that deep.
So
people be attacking me and my views because
yes, you're horrible, you're wild, like ridiculous. Anyways.
Or attacking her in this case. They were attacking her.
But so like I think my issue with the whole like ranking your kids and your loved ones and your lovers or whatever, I feel like that's really weird. Like I'll never date the dude that's like, oh, you're my number one. I'm like, but who's number two though? And then like so in my mind, that is always my response. You're my number one. Okay, wait, like who's number 2 and 3? I need to know who my competition is. But no, I'm just kidding. But like in the same way, like I don't think that as far as loved ones and family, I don't think that there should be a hierarchy or a ranking necessarily. Although, like, don't ever ask me if you're ranked higher than my mother or my brothers. Don't ask that question. Yeah. Oh my God. So I feel like ranking your loved ones is kind of like, it's kind of weird because I feel like it's a status level in your, like, I feel like there's a status level of hierarchies. Like, so there's like associate, there's coworker level, and then there's like associates, there's friends, there's family. My best friends, I consider family and value them the same as family. And then there's actual family, and within actual family would be my long-term partner, right? If we dating, you either an associate or a friend. I'm sorry. But if we're like in a long-term relationship, then you're considered family. And to me, like I'll do whatever, like I will do whatever for my family out of love within reason, if that makes sense.
Totally.
So to me, like if it's my children, my mom, my husband, whatever, my wife, it's gonna like those people are gonna be amongst a class in my mind or in my hierarchy of love and care, where like you go over acquaintances, but nobody within this realm goes over each other, if that makes sense. Also, no, nothing's going on with me and petty commenters. I don't know where that rumor comes from. It's kind of weird. And you're not helping, Petty.
Well, people say that people say I'm giving hetero flexible, and I don't know. I'm giving
you
something
absolutely give
different.
hetero flexible.
Okay.
Are you offended?
No.
You're just very in touch with your feminine side, and so like you seem more open to things. Honestly, I personally believe that most people, if not all people, are bisexuals. But people choose titles and things.
Everybody
and so like I think that
bisexual?
some people who are more open tend to be more variant on the like spectrum of sexuality. I have to hop off though because my principal is gonna lock me into the school if I don't leave.
No. Okay. All right. Bye, LB. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you for your contribution.
No
I want to respond though. Hopefully you're able to still listen to it. But bye, LB.
I'm gonna plug up my earphones and listen in. Probably a good time for me to dip off though, anyways, because the football players and stuff are out there yelling with their girlfriends. Yeah. Okay.
I want to be if you're gonna be in the so here's the thing. In my life, in my time, I have seen men put their moms over their spouses. If you're going to come into my house, and not be respectful of my house, not be respectful of me, I'm going to be weirded out if you're my partner and you're not asking your mom to be respectful of your wife. Like, if we have the dreams that we've built together and the love that we've built together and the things that we've told each other we're going to support each other on, like, if the kids need to be homeschooled for you to be a musician traveling the world, I will be willing to concede that maybe I would prefer for them to be in regular school and have stability, but we put our dreams first, and we're going to trust in that over maybe some things that might be more stereotypical or whatever. Like, I would be willing to have my kids, if I was with a musician, I'd be willing to have a traveling teacher with my kid if if I knew that my husband was a practicing musician and this was a part of our life. Like, I would be willing to say, hey, you know, if my dad needed support or my mom needed support, but my husband had a boundary, I would be willing to put his boundary over maybe things that otherwise you should be able to say yes to. Like, if he doesn't want my dad to move in, if he gets sick, I would still make sure my dad is taken care of. It's not like F my dad, but I would use that as that would mean that we can't have my dad move in with us because that's my husband's boundary. You know what I mean? Like, I just kind of feel like it's stuff like that where it's not a huge thing where screw your family, screw your kids, but it's that we have a thing we're doing that we're invested in, and we're willing to be selfish about us and what we're trying to build. Because I like to have big dreams. So, like, even if I'm not, you know, where I want to be right now, like, I like to have big goals. And so it's like, yeah, those things take sacrifices that might make us look selfish, but I believe in us. So it's that type of stuff where I think that, granted, it doesn't have to be said, but I do want to feel like you are 1,000,000% invested in me and enchanted in what we're doing.
Let me ask, if your hypothetical husband, child, and mom are drowning, who are you saving first?
If my what?
Your hypothetical mother, husband, and child are drowning, who are you saving first?
I'm trying to save all of them. Like,
No, that's not the question. The question is, who are you saving first?
I'm gonna save my child first, but I would hope that my husband can swim. Like, I'm a big swimmer. There's no way that I'm marrying somebody who can't swim. That is a hard line for me. You cannot not be able to swim.
You want to date somebody who can't swim?
I can't. No, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You can't. No.
I feel bad. I'm gonna save my wife. I think children float naturally. I might be wrong. I actually might be wrong, and I need to do more research. But I'm
definitely
kids are naturally inflatable. I thought I'm gonna do my research before I come out publicly with my answer again. When I think about who's most important, I think about it, and everybody can think about it in a different way. But I have an obligation to my partner. I'm going to be with my partner. We're going to be living in the same household together. I have a type of obligation because this is who I'm going to be around. This is like a major part of my life in the way that after I'm past a certain age, my mom won't be as intimate in my life as my partner will be, since I don't plan to live with my mom and my partner at the same time. So that's why they're the most important. And then when my child comes along, I now have an obligation to my child, because I've created them. So that's why they would be the second important. And then my mom and the rest of the family is my mom is more important than anybody, like even grandma, like, let's just be real. But then, well, my sister, okay, well, family is kind of like close family and best friend, like all of that would be kind of lumped together, like how LB said, all in the same group. And then extended family, the degenerates that we don't talk about, like, who are they? It's second cousin. Who is that? Second cousin. I don't even know these folks. But yeah, I'm saving my wife. Somebody said earlier, them kids replaceable. We can make I feel bad, but in reality, yeah, like, I mean, I guess it depends on who can swim in that case, but yeah, hopefully don't nobody drag me for me wanting to make my wife the most important person.
But here's the thing, that's tactical too, because if you have two able-bodied adults being able to, like, if you, like, this is more gruesome and terrible, but a more interesting situation would be if you're on the airplane and the mask dropped down. I'd put the mask over myself and then my husband, because if I put the mask over the kids first, one kid can't help the other put the mask on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, whereas my husband, if we were falling and we were trying to scramble to put the masks on, it's more probable that, like, it would have exponentially more benefit to make him survive. You know what I mean? For a whole family to be able to survive. Like, I don't know. Like, I am a person that is more into like it's us against the world, baby. So like I would probably take it to the plane if anybody were like, you know, if we were handcuffed in an escape room, the first person I would unlock is my husband, because that adult can help unlock everyone else. It duplicates the effort. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's also I wanted to have a conversation in the future about being individualistic in a relationship, or even if that, like, not necessarily a romantic relationship, maybe like a relationship with your children or your friends or something. And Thema said it the third Tuesday, I think, where he was on the live stream and he was like, his grandma and his therapist told him that before, if you're the way that you're supposed to help people is that you pour into the cup and it overflows, and then they get what overflows, not that you tip over your cup and pour. And that resonated with me because of exactly what you said about kind of taking care of yourself, and then being able to, you know, put somebody else's mask on after you get yours on. So maybe we can talk about that in the future. But let me ask, do y'all want to finish this video? Because my bad, we have been, well, we're on topic, but it's like we've been talking about one sentence. One sentence that she said in regards to her wanting to feel like the most important. So we can either finish the she has 15 more minutes to go through, or we can do this on a separate live stream where I do that entire episode, because that's actually what I think. We might have gone on the wrong live today to do the wrong live stream, because I think this one was actually the one that I wanted to cover. So we could just do a whole separate stream with Kendra's, with this whole video, or we could finish her segment here, and probably we'll still do another Kendra thing in the future. Do a poll. You shouldn't have gave me that probably power. We'll still do it. Because now I'm gonna do that. I just need to know why y'all haven't liked the video. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Why are y'all watching without liking the video? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why you like taking food out of my mouth? Tell me that, chat. Why? Reaching down my throat to get the food that I'm trying to swallow. Why?
You're going through so much, Petty.
It's free. It's free. That's what I don't understand. I don't know how many likes we got. But I know it's not enough. Continue. They said continue. So we're going to try and get through this thing in 15 minutes, and let's see. Let's see if we can. Commentary by Prince Petty and Concern G. The star sign reader. I don't know what it's called.
Astrology.
Astrology reader. Astrology person.
Astrologist.
Astrologist. My apologies.
It's all right. I forget.
I'm gonna allow you to speak and put out there in the universe, but that's a crazy as hell request to say that a man needs to make you feel more important than the people he brought into this planet. And you just said yourself he would not be more important than your children. So you don't.
He didn't say. She didn't say she needs to be more important. She said she needs to feel more important. And in the same breath, she said he's not going to be more important than my children, but I'm going to make him feel that way. I absolutely agree with her. Kendra is mad. Who said that? Oh, you said in the project. She mad. How dare you want a man to treat you good and you treat him good anyway?
don't think that's kind of crazy to say. I need to be.
See, this is what you're not listening, because I didn't say I have to be more important. I said he needs to make me feel.
Well, why? Why do you have to feel more important than his own children? His mama. You gotta be more important. You gotta be more important than his mama too.
Oh, I also want to point out, I don't care if I feel more important than my partner's children. I don't, because I really don't. I don't think my partner, like, again, even though my partner is going to be more important than my children, I don't think they're going to feel that way. Because if it's showing, unless you're like just dating somebody and you have children prior, if it's showing that you are more important than somebody else, I feel like you're doing the relationships wrong. Yeah.
I just don't want his mama or his children to be an issue in our relationship. That's what I mean by
He's
that.
just meeting you. This man, you about to meet him for the first time. Whenever you meet him, these people been with him his whole entire life, and you need to jump the line before his mama and his kids as an importance in his life.
If we're in a relationship together,
he's giving so much more pushback to this woman.
Huh?
She's giving so much more pushback to this woman than she ever does with men. Like, she is so, like, she's dragging her like she's watching. She's on some sort of like talk show that's meant for, you know, like some sort of drag show, as opposed to where not drag show as in people in drag, but like where you're roasting people, as opposed to like where you really are just doing like one interview at a time. You ask the same questions, you let them talk, and then you get to the end. Like, she's so invested in making this lady look crazy. Like, I'm just naming that. Like, Kendra's really invested in making this lady look crazy.
Oh yeah, she is. She's making sure to get them brownie points in with these folks in the chat, because you know these folks in the chat love drag too. Most of them look to be black men, some black women. Yeah, her audience is all black men and black women, I'm pretty sure. So they do not like seeing her have them standards. And there's the framing of it too. Like, she's like, if we're in a long-term relationship, because I assume she's dating for marriage at her age, or dating for a long-term relationship. Wait, did I write it down? Nope, I didn't. She seems to be dating for a long-term relationship. And again, my personal views is to want that in a long-term relationship is perfectly fine. But the way Kendra framed it was like, so the first day you go on a date with a man, you want him to throw his kids out the window and like go and profess his love to. Like, it feels like she's making it extreme in a way that I make things extreme. And I know that I make things extreme because we literally just talked about your kid and your wife drowning and who you're going to save. So I don't know. It feels like weirdly extreme, like an extreme framing. And she looks annoyed and angry in a way she doesn't usually look for the men. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think and not you, but I think that the extreme thing is her trying to mock her, because it's not an invalidation of the point in the same way, you know, you take it to the logical extreme to I don't know, it seems like for you to try to invalidate this point with the logical extreme to show me that I'm being ridiculous is not the same thing as when we take the logical extreme of men wanting women who are, you know, virgin 50-year-olds. Like, it's like the question. I don't know. Like, for me, I feel like this shows me what Kendra. Like, I would push back and say, why are you asking me these follow-up questions? Like, what's your issue with me?
Am I here to, that's what I'm saying. Am I here to tell you my standard and get matched with somebody who meets the standard? Or am I here for you to chastise me and my dating choices? Because I know she didn't have this energy with the man who was looking for what he was looking for while not being exactly the ideal himself. But when it comes to this woman who has some standards, she's quick to like jump down her throat just like that. Does Kendra have kids because she took that personally? That's exactly what it looked like. Male identified.
It's heavy, but I think it's there, Kenny, because here's my thing. Even if she's not male identified, again, we've talked about this before, like, you don't have to, like, you could be, you know, upset with black men and anti-black men, but that is not the same thing as being pro-black women. Like, there's tons of anti-black man that are not pro-black women. Like, even if, and again, the point is not to be anti-black man. But the idea is like, you know, even if Kendra privately thinks these men are delusional and would never date them, and, you know, are ridiculous and dangerous, right? Just like many of the women in the manosphere are, like, she still could have anti-black woman sentiments. And it's like, you know, like it or not, like, Ella is pretty. Ella is petite. Ella seems to be put together in a way that a lot of men like. Like, she's bougie, she's polished, you know, she's articulate. Like, she is the girl that many men who value a trophy wife would pick up. So it almost seems like a resentment on Kendra G's end because of of Ella having the audacity to be somebody who could get that. Like, she's mad at her being able to have the standard at all. Because truthfully, a lot of women women want what they want, but they're not the woman that can get it. Like, I feel like Kendra's objection is unfounded because Ella's the woman who could get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the again, I think this thing about putting your partner before your children or just making your partner feel more loved or whatever, I don't think there's a phrasing that's not going to make people feel inflamed when they hear that and have like this visceral response. But other than that, the type of pushback on just women, not even just Ella, for all her laundry list of whatever, but just women generally having standards over there. Yeah, I would call it anti-black woman. So yeah, I don't disagree with you. Well, I agree with you. Yeah.
Your previous relationships and we are one, and that's
Who
what
got the divorce in your last relationship? You or your husband?
I did.
Why did you want a divorce?
I told you why.
Tell me again.
He was addicted to meth.
Oh, okay. He was on.
See, I feel like I feel like she wanted her to say he divorced me so she would have like ammunition to use to say, see, you're not, or whatever. And then she didn't get what she wanted.
Something. Yes. Ooh, okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, and again with the passive aggressive stuff, like, oh, sheesh, look at this crazy woman thing. She like, yeah, it's giving.
Yo, somebody said it in the chat. Like, she does not think any black woman can ever deserve it. Like, that's the underlying tone. Because again, whatever you think hot girls are, Ella's that. Like, if you truly believe in the male model of attractiveness being what qualifies you for these standards, Ella has those things. So to me, this then begs the question, turn around. Is it that you keep moving the goalpost because the point is never to actually achieve it? Do you think that women should never have, the black women in particular, because I've never seen Kendra bring up a non-black person personally, but she was agreeable to Danny Lay after Danny Lay like dissed her. So if it's giving to me, she does not believe that black women, that black women's standards should be like any black woman can, like, you are intrinsically disqualified for standards because you are black and female.
That's what it's giving. Let's try and get through another minute.
Ella child. So you said, tell me the age range one more time that you would date. You're 40.
30 and above.
30 and above. All right. So this is Ella, Seattle, Washington, 40, Sagittarius, a blogger. She's gonna keep that a secret. 2 grown children. All right. Does he have to look? He told me this week.
And I did want to point out this comment too. I remember this comment specifically. I don't think I made it far past this part, but this comment said, I have learned that many of us women will die alone being shallow. I've met some amazing gentlemen, all shapes, sizes, and ethnicities over the past few months, and I no longer care about height and weight. We can lose weight. Laying down height is irrelevant, and ugly heart, spirit, and soul is. It's just that I don't feel like the men would have that same sentiment, number one. And number two, I feel like you can like keep your standards and still be able to find a good person. So I don't generally like the sentiment of go and find you a fat, ugly man, because you'll be alone and dead because you're too shallow or something like that. So
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times the guys who are undesirable turn into the incels who hate women anyway. Like, we out here pretending like men who are disgruntled are nice to be around. Like, most of the guys who think that they're nice guys and women don't like nice guys were not nice guys. They weren't nice guys. But it's interesting because the women who are like the Shahrazads who want to like diss women for not being pliable enough, like it's so embarrassing. Like it's one of those things that's like a self-own that is so cringy, because I would never want to be the man in your life that you describe that way. The guy that you love for personality, because you are just not all of the things that are desirable.
Thank you. Who wants to be the person who your partner is like, you're not the prettiest, you're not the most attractive, you're really ugly, but your personality is, it's all right, I guess. I can't really do better, so I just don't want to die alone, and you'll do. Like, yeah, I feel so loved. Thank God that we made this relationship happen. She paid $200 to send that. Like, yes, ladies, you need to go and be in that fruitless relationship for the sake of not dying alone, because dying alone and happy is worse than, I guess, being in a relationship with somebody you don't like. Yeah, you can literally pat a short man on the head. Y'all go stop disrespecting these short kings out here. I am 4'11". I will not have this slander. You can literally pat a short man on the head when he does good deeds, and he can still leave you to die alone. I would too. Y'all not about to be out. Well, okay, look, head pats. Not bad. I'm not even mad, actually. The fact that these men getting head pats and they still mad, I can't relate. You are settling. Yeah, I'd never want to be somebody that somebody settled for. Like, no. Do you think I look better than Idris? Who do the girls like these days? Michael B. Jordan? You don't? Sorry, we won't work out. It just won't. I have to be your Michael B. Jordan or Idris
I
Elba.
love that.
The older women.
I love that. Like, and even if I'm not, like, I know that this is another one of the like toxic things that are about me, but like I don't mind saying that a person is attractive if it's like a celebrity or whatever. Like, I'll say, for example, I think Ewan McGregor is really, really handsome, and I brought that up around a guy I was dating, because he mentioned, we were talking about the whole idea of the leading men and how sometimes the Brad Pitts and the Ewan McGregor struggle to be able to get roles outside of the leading man role. So like, I will point out that I find other people attractive, but you'll know I find you attractive as well. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you don't want me in that way, then this is all pity sex, pity. Like, this is like, I don't want to be your consolation prize. Like, how unromantic is that?
I mean, the way these men talk about it, you need to it seems like they want to be a consolation prize, to summarize whatever jumbled mess was in my head just now. They want to be a consolation prize, and they want you to be happy with being a consolation prize. I have no idea why. Let me take my banner off so we can move forward. I'm gonna try to move quickly because I didn't know Themis is being degenerate on Instagram, and I want to go join in because degeneracy, I love it.
Go over there with a certain way.
Yes, he has to be attractive and presentable and not skinny.
And not skinny. Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
Yes, over 6 figures.
Over 6 figures? That's a millionaire.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so are you saying he has to be a millionaire, or are you saying he has to be high 6 figures?
High 6 figures, yes.
What's the lowest 6 figures you would date?
300,000.
300,000. So I'm assuming you normally date men in this category.
Yes.
So what's going on with them?
I haven't settled for anyone.
What's been the issues?
They are not meeting all my requirements.
Okay. So Ella, you're fine. Like, if you don't find a guy.
I was on mute. I feel like, again, it's like an attempt to set you up. Oh, do you even date men like that? Yes, I do. Why didn't they work out? Did they break up with you? Nope. They just don't meet my standards, so I'm still there. Like, it feels like she's trying to trap you up and say, see, these men don't want you and you're not even around. Like, very much somebody said Kendra Samuels, Kevin G, whatever they said in the chat. Yeah, that's what it was giving me.
To fit everything, you'll be okay with being by yourself.
He so wants to humble.
I have so many vibrators.
I'm just saying, she's trying to humble her. She's trying to find a way to humble her.
Yeah, how dare
it's
you?
Really off-putting.
How dare you? Let me nitpick, because look, she don't even be like nitpicking the men like this. She's like, let me nitpick every single detail. Aha, found one. Why would a man want you if like, it feels like she's searching for something so she can what's the word? Humble. Yeah.
They are not being on my environment.
The girl who was attractive too. Oh, I'm sorry. I know we wanted to get through it. I want to respect your time. I'll wait until after.
Go ahead. Okay.
You're fine. Like, if you don't find a guy to fit everything, you'll be okay with being by yourself. It sounds like.
Yes, I have so many vibrators.
Yes. You don't meet my standard, I'm okay being alone.
Say again?
I have lots of toys.
You have lots of toys. Okay, so you're willing to either you get what you desire or you'll stick with your toys and find happiness that way.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's it. All right, let's do the Kendra cam, baby. We gotta see your full body.
I don't know if you can see me.
Okay, yeah, I can tell you're thin.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ella, when was your last relationship? I know you just got a divorce, but you said you've been dating, right?
Yes. My last relationship was about I think it ended in March.
End of March. Okay. You don't have to answer, but when's the last time you was intimate with someone?
I am not going to answer that.
Okay. They want me to ask you, so you wouldn't date anybody that made less than 300,000. So if a guy made 200K, Ella, are you still there?
Ella, are you okay?
I'm not sure. She went away?
Ella, are you okay?
Is she still on my screen? You know, my Wi-Fi be tripping, so I'll be getting nervous.
Are you okay?
I didn't
Ella?
see her move forward, but her screen is black. Is she still there? Let me know.
Ella, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Ella? You've been struck by a black screen. You can say what you were going to say if you still have it with you.
I'm going to try to pull it out. It's like, the thing is that when even there was the other fit trucker who was, she had a great body, but she wasn't asking for, she didn't have that long of a list. I'm just juxtaposing like the other girl that, is stereotypically feminine, archetype attractive that we saw earlier. I think the crux of it is that the other girl who was a trucker, I'll call her trucker girl right now because I don't remember what her name was. The other girl did not have that high of a standard. She seemed more compromising, but she just wanted to be with a man on her level. I think that if I really dissect what Kendra's objection is that she thinks that Ella does not qualify for that man. Like, she thinks that she doesn't bring enough to the table. You know what I mean? Without the type of 300K income.
Yeah, I don't know why she don't just say it up. Keep in mind, Ella didn't disclose her income. She could very well be in the six figures herself. We don't know. So, yeah, I doubt Kendra is out here trying to date men making 30,000 and men who don't meet her standard because she needs to. I doubt Kendra is humbling herself in the way she tried to do women, but yeah.
No. Okay, so it was removed. Her screen is black, so I don't know. I don't be playing with YouTube. Onyx Monopoly. Hey, Onyx. Onyx paid $200. So I'm going to read what Onyx says. I have learned is many of us will die alone, shallow. I've met some amazing gentlemen, all shapes, sizes, ethnicities over the past few months, and I no longer care about height and weight. We can lose weight laying down. Height is irrelevant. An ugly heart, spirit, and soul is dead. Hey, Onyx Boo. Let me say this. This is why I always ask this question. If you don't get what you want, are you okay with being by yourself? And once you tell me you're okay, Ella's back. I think you're back. You back, Ella? What happened?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
What happened?
The screen was ringing.
Huh? Oh, your phone was
ringing. Yes.
Okay, so did you hear what Onyx said? You want me to read it again?
Oh, no, but yes, please read it again.
Okay, so Onyx says you paid $200 to make this remark. I have learned that many of us will die alone being shallow. I met some amazing gentlemen, all shapes, sizes, ethnicities over the past few months, and I no longer care about height and weight. We can lose weight lying down. Height is irrelevant. An ugly heart spirit is dead. Do you want to respond to that?
No, I agree 100%. I mean, to each his own.
Do you think you're shallow?
No.
Why not?
I think a lot of people want what they want, and when we figure out what we want, we should stick to it. We shouldn't lower our standards because we haven't done what we want yet. Just keep looking.
So what does lowering your standards mean? So like if a guy if he treated you well, but wasn't your height requirement, to you that would be lowering your standards?
Well, it kind of depends on what it is my height requirement. Because like if I'm allowing this guy to be in my life to treat me well, then obviously there must be something about him. So I wouldn't be lowering my standards because something about him made him not matter if he's in my life to treat me well. But
yeah, on that point, remember what she said earlier. Hey, my preference is my standard is somebody this age and above. Somebody this age and below, not my preference. But you know what? If they make up for it in, for example, height, I'm okay with that. So like, this doesn't seem really extreme to me. Kendra's trying to say, so if you met the perfect man, but he didn't make money, which is impossible. Like, I don't know why this imaginary unicorn man who does every single thing right, but because he has a passion for being a gardener, he only makes $15,000 a year. I don't know what's up with these mythical men they make up, but whatever. You still wouldn't date him. And she says, fairly, in my opinion, I'm assuming if he's meeting all of these standards and I've let him into my life, he has made up for the lack of finances somewhere else. So I wouldn't be compromising in that situation. So to me, that sounds like her standards are like stringent but malleable, which I don't know how they can be both, but that's what it sounds like. Probably her standards are more malleable than she's letting on. But the idea of this mythical man again just seems unlikely.
All right, so you have your right to your salary preference, but do you care to say why you wouldn't date a guy that made $200K?
Well, it depends on where he lives. Like I live in Seattle, and I travel to like Hawaii a lot. So in those places, 200 is like barely anything.
So when you guys divorced, I'm assuming y'all were separated, right? How long were y'all separated?
Yeah, another point. Look, California, 100,000 in California is a lot different from 100,000 in like Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah.
We were separated for 3 years.
For 3 years, okay.
4 actually.
I'm trying to think of our last question. You said your last question was March. Okay, so yeah. Oh, why do you think you're single?
Because I'm super particular.
You know that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you enjoy alone time?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also enjoy being pursued, and I pursued a lot.
Okay, you pursued a lot. So why don't you settle?
Excellent clap back. Excellent clap back. Oh, so you must like being by yourself. Not really. Everybody pursuing me these days, but you know, I do like being alone. Compared to in a relationship with one. Thank you. Finally, this is what I needed on Kendra G show. Somebody to clap back, because Kendra be trying to throw in these slights, like these slight attacks to people, and then just trying to move past it real. Like, no, we need to talk about that, or at least let me get my quick comeback too. Let me get my quick comeback too, because what you talk. Actually, I'm pursued by a lot of men. What are you talking about alone? Thank you. Who are you trying to shame?
Because we just need to name that Ella is attractive. Why is Kendra making it look like Ella is not that person? And she already said that she's not limiting herself to Black men. So we know that Black men have a preference for light-skinned girls, but outside of the Black community, when other men of other races date Black women, they don't discriminate on color as much as Black men do. So like, if Kendra would also open her mind to realize that there are tons of men who fit her bill, like there's tons of men that fit her bill. Like she's thinking, I don't know, like what's giving to me is Kendra out here fronting on Ella, like Ella is like Ella isn't fine. Like, you know what I mean? The world is shallow, but Ella's fine.
Like, not only this attempt to make it seem like you don't deserve this, like this attempt to humble you, but also this, to me, this is an unhealthy way that I think a lot of Black people try to weaponize a relationship towards you. Like, if you don't, you better compromise or else you'll die alone. Like they try to make being alone seem like this big scary thing, probably because that's how they feel in their own life. When in reality, being alone and being by yourself can be one of the most enriching things in your life. It can be some of the healthiest time of your life, assuming that you're a healthy person. And I mean, if you're anything like me, I've gotten therapy and counseling to the point where I understand that you should be comfortable being alone. You can want a partner, which I want a partner, but I'm single, and be comfortable while being alone and not like so scared. Like you shouldn't be getting into a relationship out of fear. Like, oh, you're gonna die alone. You'll never find a man if you have standard. So my concern should be, no pun intended, my concern is finding the right person. But to the extent that I cannot do that, and I'm not lowering my standard or breaking my boundaries to do that, I'm just going to be alone. It's fine. I'm comfortable being alone as opposed to being in an unfulfilling relationship. So why is that so hard to get for her to understand? Like, why can't you, why would you rather be telling people to set like compromise? Like that's not it. That's not it. It's not giving. Yeah, like you're not comfortable being alone. Why wouldn't I be? That's a question I have for Kendra. Maybe I'll ask her while I'm on.
I mean, I think what she's saying is that, that this person, like when I think about that, you're gonna be alone, like the underlying threat is don't nobody want you. You know what I mean? But to me, when I think about an unfulfilling relationship, when the guys are talking about you're going to be alone, they don't really want to give you a fulfilling relationship some of the times. Like, not to knock Black men in general, if we're talking about relationships in general, like you're making the assumption that a relationship with, like you said, the gardener is automatically fulfilling. You really believe that ugly men are better people than tall men, like than attractive people. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of like it's there's this idea of like the halo around the underdog, the halo around the good guy. It's Kendra's giving that she's really bought into the idea that girls miss out on good men. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like the good guys. But it's
and most of the data that I've read regarding like cheating and degeneracy and stuff like that is usually associated, number one, with people who are poorer, regardless of gender. And number two, with people who have like cheating, for example. I read into some research that I won't cite, so please consider this anecdotal because I do not remember. The research suggested that men who are uglier, men who are less attractive, men who have less social skills, right? Those underdogs these nice guys who people are trying to like get you to compromise your standard to date, they tend to cheat more because when opportunity is presented to them, they ain't never had opportunity presented to them before, so they gonna take it, versus an attractive person who might be getting attention all their life. And maybe y'all understand this better than I do because it's to my understanding that women get a lot more attention usually throughout their life and like DMs and being hit on and stuff like that than men do. I think people who tend to get that all their life tend to value that type of attention less, so they're less likely to try to get that attention, or when somebody gives them that attention, to be out here like trying to cheat or something like that, versus these people who are thirsty for some attention, and once they get it, they're gonna take it. So I've never associated being the ugly guy, the poor guy, the friend zoned guy. I've never considered these people to be like better for a relationship. Generally, I think they're worse. But
yeah. And I would go as far as to say they're the most disgruntled. Like when we think about like all of the people who have, like even if we want to go into comic books, right? Like the comic book bad guy is usually the good guy, and the guy, if you watch his origin story, like FD Signifier had this great video where he talked about the idea of the Revenge of the Nerd, or it was like the but it's kind of like the Joker, or the just like the melancholy, jaded guy whose life has been so hard to, and you know, they romanticize this underdog story, but secretly they don't want to be the underdog. They just all identify him, edgelord. They all identify with him, and it's like, these are the same dudes who reject women. Like everybody
Yeah.
has been rejected and rejected somebody. It's just so crazy that they would not be able to see that you're not entitled to everything that you look at. And even attractive men are not getting like, don't believe the hype. Girls turn down guys with six packs. I've done it.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that's ultimately what it's about. Jamil said, "Halo around the good guy, that's good." The thing is, people writing those narratives are usually trying to write themselves as the hero in their own stories, even when it's not the reality. Yeah, understand that these men complaining that, for example, girls don't want to date good guys, they only want to date bad boys. Understand that good guy means them. They're saying you don't want to date them. They consider themselves a good guy. But talk to one of these nice guys and tell them, for example, I don't want to date you because you're too nice, and watch how quickly they switch into that. Well, see, that's the problem with women. They're gonna switch into the same type of misogyny and stuff that they say that the bad guys do. Or better yet, the guy at the gas station who comes up real polite and says, "You look real nice today, ma'am." Real nice, real good guy, right? Tell him that you have a boyfriend and watch how quick it switched to, "Man, F, you didn't nobody think you was cute anyway, you ugly B. You trying to reject folk, you ain't even pretty enough." Like, watch these good guys turn into the bad guy as soon as you don't give them what they want. To me, nice guy is a facade. It's literally just a bad guy who's hiding, trying to get what he wants. And once he get it, he either gonna use and discard you like how he says the bad guys will do, or he gonna curse you out if you don't give him what he's looking for. So
I would even go to the point of saying that, like, even if we don't reject you, like, men who cheat on their partners think they're good guys too. Men who are being duplicitous in the dating process think that they're good guys too. Like, remember when 50 Cent did the 21 questions, when one of the lines was, if I had another girl, is that all it takes for you to be gone? Like, I was sent to prison, if blah, blah, blah. 21 questions is another edgelord fantasy where there's nothing, you believe that there's nothing you could do to lose favor for this person. Now, kind of circling back to the earlier thing, I am a romantic, but I absolutely do have standards, boundaries, and expectations. Like, we can't, like, I will not be googly eyes for you if you out here doing the most or even the least. Don't do any of it. Can't we just hang out? Like, that to me is a part of the facade that these guys, like, who are, like, for example, Steve Harvey thinks he's a good guy even though he's been married 3 times and told, and his wife didn't even feel comfortable taking the makeup off of her face. Like, what's his name? The rapper who was with Sierra for a while, but he's like a known hoe. Like, Nick Cannon thinks he's a Future and Nick Cannon think they're good guys.
And these men think the men think they're bad guys. Actually, yeah. But I don't know if they think they're good guy. I know Nick Cannon think he a good guy. I don't know if Future think he a good guy, but I wouldn't be surprised. Nick Cannon think he a good guy. I'm creating opportunities for women to have children who are blessed with the seed of the cannon. Somebody call that man Dick Cannon.
He honestly has a God complex. Like, he honestly has a complex where he feels like a king. Like, he feels entitled because he's been told he's special in some way.
Nick, Nick, definitely. Nick, Elon Musk. Who else? maybe NBA YoungBoy, all like people who have like 10 children, 12 children, and are talking about how they're propagating the next generation of the geniuses and black king. Interesting, like really weird. But let's try to get through 2 minutes. Kendra can't stop doing stuff, and I'm not going to just let the slights go by without saying anything. So I'm gonna try. Let's do 1 minute.
For 3 years. Okay.
Four, actually.
I'm trying to think of our last question. You said your last question was March. Okay. So yeah, Ella, why do you think you're single?
Because I am super particular.
You know that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you enjoy alone time.
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also enjoy being pursued, and I pursued a lot.
Okay, you're pursued a lot. So why don't you settle or not? I don't want to use the word settle. I hate that word. But if you're pursued a lot, why aren't the
No, use the word settle. Use the word, stop trying to pretty it up. Use the word settle. Say that. Why don't you just be with somebody you don't value? Say it.
those things leading to anything long term if that's what you desire?
Because they're not what I desire. None of those people are what I desire.
So the people that you desire, are they trying to pursue you?
I haven't met any that I desire yet. Like I said, it's right along list.
Right.
And so once I get, you have to check off the list while you're dating people. You check off the qualities that they have. Like, I don't know how respectful this guy is when I meet him. I don't know how loyal he is when I meet him. I don't know how responsible or honest or kind or authentic he is when I first meet him. So it's going to actually take me to get to know this person, to know these things about him. So for the people who says that I'm shallow or whatever, I forgot what they said it was, but yeah, most of these things you actually, for him to be a good communicator, I actually have to communicate with him to know these things. So
okay. Listen, I already know how my page is and my followers. So there's 2 questions I want to ask you, and you might not even care to even answer these questions, but I would like to get your opinion. Salary. I feel like a lot of people are going to say that you don't deserve a man that makes that type of money, that type of man that makes $300,000 or more is not going to wipe you up or settle down with you for whatever reason. Do you want to respond to that comment that will be said? I'm sure of it.
To me, that's just hilarious. For someone to say what I don't deserve, it's like, go fuck yourself. Pretty much.
Yep. Go fuck you. Because what? Excuse me. You don't deserve it. Fuck you. Block. Don't care. Who are do you make $300,000? First of all, to be having an opinion on my standard, do you make at least $300,000? No, you don't qualify. So why do I care? Why? Thank you.
She said, and I love that energy in her. Like she said, I can have this. I've been having this. Like maybe you just don't know about this life. How about that?
Thank you. You don't know your worth? That's fine, but you're not about to come slander me. And I love she dropped the F-bomb. Love it.
Okay. And then another comment, I'm quite sure people are going to say that your list is unrealistic and there's too many things up there for you to find that person. Do you care to respond to that comment that will be said?
Whoever says that, they can go and settle for whatever, and that's why they probably end up with a trash person or be treated poorly in their relationship. I mean, the thing is, to each their own. If you want to settle for whatever's on your list, if you want to have 2 things on your list and go with whatever dude, just be a pick-me, whatever. I'm not a pick-me.
And let me point out, she was like, hey, that's for you. You have your standard. I have mine. It's fine. She don't even have a problem with y'all saying, what did she say? Let me see the comment again. With you saying you want to date a fat man who's short and fat because laying down height is irrelevant. I mean, when I'm laying down on
person, I'm offended by that. None of that makes me attracted to you. Like, do not look at my size 16 and be thinking to yourself, oh, you're being benevolent by being with somebody like me. Can you imagine? Like, can you imagine the level of self-righteousness it takes for somebody to even be willing to put that in a super chat and act like they're some sort of savior of the unattractive person? Like, you are a narcissist.
Thank you. I give these poor, short, ugly men, just unattractive, dusty men a chance. Won't somebody have some sympathy for me? Like, I don't feel like you're complimenting, like you're not doing them a service by saying that, but yeah.
I pick what I want, and if you're not what I want, then why would I waste my time? It's like, what?
So you feel as though your vibrator, a battery, is better than a human being that might not have everything on it?
No, I feel like my vibrator is better than a hostile guy that is too lax. He can't be a leader. He's irresponsible, unrespectful, unloyal, dishonest, unkind, inauthentic. You know, I that's what I think my vibrator is. If he's not meeting most of these criteria, yes, I think my vibrator is way better than that. And I also have a cuddle pillow.
A cuddle pillow?
Pillow, yes.
But what if something?
Them cuddle pillows be lit. That was important to pause and say. That's all.
God forbid, what if something happens and you need a human being?
I don't have one myself, but if y'all want to start a GoFundMe for me to get a cuddle pillow, I'm not opposed.
To help you with something. Do you think about that at times or no?
No, I do, but
Hold up.
Being a cuddle pillow?
Yes, I think my vibrator is way better than that. And I also have a cuddle pillow.
A cuddle pillow?
Pillow, yes.
But what if something, God forbid, what if something happens and you need a human being to help you with something? Do you think about that at times or no?
No, I do, but like,
That's right, ladies. What if you have to open the pickle jar and you have no big strong man to help you? What are friends and family? What are your neighbors? What are your coworkers? Like,
what are a $10 jar opening device?
What if you fall and no one's there? What will you do? Why you got to make up these scenarios to scare somebody into getting a man?
When dudes don't even want to hold the door for you. Like, let's just be honest. These dudes want to go 50-50. They love independent women. Quit acting like Kendra. Like, it's most of the time black men who will, because we're talking about black men and we know it. Most of the time it's black men who gonna pull over and get you out of that ditch or help you change the tire. When I have had issues, it is not a black man who pulls over. That's just a fact. Most of the time they're not gonna hold the door for you. Either.
My friend, we went out to eat. She sat in the chair at the restaurant and the chair collapsed under her. Her man looked at her and laughed. He did not. Y'all think he finna break into superhero mode? I'm gonna bust this out of here. Don't worry. Like, no, let's stop. But either way, the idea of being scared to like fall and hit your head and have no man around to do anything, like, then get a roommate. How about that? Get a roommate. That's what that sounds like to me. Or who said it? Lambie said it first. 911. Sadie said there's a gadget for that. That's right. There's Life Alert. I think that's what she's talking about. So yeah.
I just don't feel like,
because I mean, real quick, because when you bring a vibrator, you're pretty much demoting a man to a sexual activity. Like,
nope, she is not. Let's not conflate these things. She is not comparing a man to a sexual device. She's saying, number one, I'm pretty sure this is like meant to be humorous. Like, listen, don't be out there with all these girls, boys. You can get a pocket pee, do whatever, right? I think it is to be humorous in the first place. But number two, this to me is this is just what we've been saying all along. It's a conversation about, would you rather be alone and happy or compromise your standard for a man? And it sounds like she's happier to be alone than to compromise for a man who's not going to meet her standard, which, whatever.
You're just kind of split. Let me.
Oh, well, I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Finish. You're just kind of saying, either I'm gonna use my vibrator or I'm gonna get my list. But only thing that the vibrator can offer you is sexual pleasure. It can't be there when you have a bad day. It can't be there when you're sick. It can't be there if God forbid something happens to you and somebody got to make a.
Who's gonna be there to do meth when you're falling on the floor and have no one? Like, I don't know. This again, same thing.
Phone call for someone to come caress you and make you feel better. So
like, honestly, but like, I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. What are you talking about, Kendra? What do you mean? What do you mean?
If you don't partner with a man, what's gonna happen when you get the flu?
And
now
it's like,
what? Checkmate. Haha. Men won. Ladies, 0. You
And
didn't
like,
think about that, did you?
correct. And it's like, oh my God, you know, you're missing out on this like life-changing thing with a demigod. What are you talking about, Kendra? What if you act like every guy is good? Just men in general are good partners. Like, I need the women who are male identified to take a step back and peep the fact that most women end up in a situation where they divorce their husband. Most women who are the ones on the internet complaining about being dogged out. Like, have you heard some of the stories that these women confess? And a lot of the married women are doing a terrible job of selling marriage. I wish people who are happily married and in a sane relationship would talk about it more, because the advertising for marriage is trash. Like, Kendra, what are you selling people? Like, what you mean? What you mean? You act like your man gonna be there sitting around your neck, lifting you up and around the house and opening jars left and right. Like, what fairy tale are you in? Like, what? And also demotes men to being task rabbits. Like, isn't he a person?
Fear. It's a fear tactic. It's a manosphere tactic. It's a male identified tactic. It's I'm blocking the bot, by the way, in the chat. I don't know if you guys see it blocked on your end, but I'm trying to. So sorry if those are like popping up. But everything Kendra said, you can find in a platonic friend, not just a romantic relationship. Yes, who's gonna swallow when you chew? Thank you. Find somebody. See, Kendra's right. When you chew your food, how are you going to swallow it without a man? Like, we need to start thinking about the long term. I have no idea. Well, yeah, I do. It's a fear tactic. That's it. She has 5 more minutes, so I'm gonna try to let it play, and then we can round up at the end of that 5 minutes with final thoughts. If anybody, I'll drop the thing one more time just in case anybody wanted to comment on this part specifically or any other part of the live.
Sexual activity opposed to everything else a man can bring into your world.
Right, but if the guy is disrespectful, if he is dishonest, a bad communicator, if he is unhealthy or inaffectionate or emotionally available, I mean, yes, I would prefer to have my vibrator. See, it's like, these are things that I need. I don't want a stinky guy laying in bed with me. If he's unhygienic.
So to be clear, a man for you can only please you sexually?
No,
Again, this conflation. Why are you playing stupid? Like, we are some grown-ups. You are not. I know Kendra is not dumb. Like, she knows exactly what Ella is talking about. I would rather be single than be with somebody who doesn't meet my standard. You're fixating on the jackrabbit, or y'all was saying Team Rose and the whatever. They're like, no, stop.
That's why good communicator is not just pleasing me sexually. If he is kind and authentic and loyal, that's not just pleasing me sexually. But
you understand what I'm just.
And again, she keeps listing, well, he's not meeting my standard. He's not communicating, loyal. He's not financially stable. Why do I need? And her response is just like, well, what about what a man can bring? And she keeps explaining how, well, why would I want a man who brings nothing that I want, as opposed to just me? I don't know. It feels like an unnecessary back and forth for the sake of humbling, which is if you guys are catching on to the theme of this segment or all of Kendra's segment, it has to do with humbling women, and when the men come on to be rampant, hey, they just have their standard and it's fine.
I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm saying, because you're saying either the list or a vibrator.
Right. So my point is, the things that are on my list aren't just things that help me sexually. But what I'm saying is, if these things that are on my list, if I can't get that, if I can't get these things, like, these are very important things that I need. It's not like I'm asking for him to be a trillionaire or fly me to London to go get dinner or something. I'm asking for him to be financially secure, respectful, honest, kind.
Well, you're asking for him to make over $300,000, which
that is okay. How many? There's a lot of people out there to make over $300,000, Kendra. Lots of them.
I mean, listen, I live in a world where that is true. I mean, but I will say a lot of the men that do make that amount of money and more. Well, you already mentioned you don't have to be the only woman. You say you just feel like the most important woman. So you're open to him having other women.
Like I said, as long as I feel like the most important woman in his life. As long as I feel like
I'm asking this question clearly.
if he can,
no, I'm asking this question clearly. Could he have other sexual partners as he's dating you or being with you?
I'm going to say no, because I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know it exists. I need to feel like I'm the most important person in his life.
So you want to be in
I do know that most guys,
So you'd be okay with being in a relationship delusion?
So someone, if he's cheating, I can't know about it, is what I hear. Because if she knows that she's, or even if it's not cheating, if it's just like open relationship, if she knows that he's with other women, she will no longer feel like the most important woman. And to the extent that he's able to make her feel important while also being with other women, which is like, it seems extremely unlikely. Sure, that's allowed, but otherwise it doesn't sound like it.
Yep, I think Ella is saying she wants romance. She has a very specific leading man type energy of man that she likes, and she wants to be in a romantic relationship with somebody who can give her that kind of romance. Now, when I say I want romance, I want a lot of chemistry. Like, I want to be the couple that is like going to movie premieres together. You know, like, I think that Kendra is not even listening to her because she's objecting to things that are like because Ella's saying he can't be dishonest, and then Kendra's bringing up money. Even though she brought up the $300,000, it's almost like Kendra's been triggered since she brought up a guy over like 5'9" and a guy who makes more than $300,000. It's almost like Kendra's triggered.
Yeah, like the way Ella's like, oh, I don't want to date a man who's unable to communicate, who's not loyal. And Kendra's like, what? So you only value men for sex? What are you talking about? What do you like? Even I didn't follow along. Maybe where's the whiteboard's over there. Well, oh well. Let me try to get these last 3 minutes.
Delusional. Like, you'll be okay with being with a man.
Well, it's not delusional.
It is delusional because you're saying you don't want to know the truth. You're saying as long as I don't know about it, it's okay. That's what you're telling me. Because I'm asking you the question clearly, and you.
Now, she don't call these men delusional when they come up on her show talking about, I'm going to have one woman who's the most important, but I'm going to be polygamous. Those other women are just sex. They don't mean anything. It's about my mates. I've never heard the men or Kendra or anybody pushing back against that type of rhetoric before. But now that a woman is literally, that's what it sounds verbatim like to me. She's going to be the main woman, and to the extent that you can maintain other relationships with women without me feeling less important, sure. Like, that's exactly, it sounds like Ella is literally just rephrasing what these men come up and talk about when they're talking about polygamy or pimping or whatever. So I don't know. It's interesting that when it's coming out of a woman, they don't like it, but whatever. Now that it's coming out of a woman, it's delusional. It's delusional. But when men say it, it's just, oh, it's men's nature to want to sleep around. And I don't know. It feels weird.
Said you gotta feel like the most important.
Okay, well, I'll make it I'll make it my final statement. Go ahead.
Okay.
Person. So it's kind of contradicting. So, like, you're saying, as long as I don't know about it.
I'm saying if he's good enough to make me feel like if he's sneaky enough to have this little side piece, and he's still making me feel like I'm the most important person in the world, and I never see him texting anybody or calling anybody. If he's that sneaky, heck yeah, have your side chick. If you can do that, then do it.
Why would I be likely to be with you, Ella?
Because I'm traditional, I'm loyal, I'm playful, I'm a great cook, I clean, I take care of my man, I'm honest, I am adaptable, I am thoughtful, and I'm nurturing.
Okay. This is Ella, Seattle, Washington. He doesn't have to be in Seattle, Washington, right?
No.
Okay, you said you're open to all races, correct?
Correct.
All right. She's a blogger. She won't share the blog with us. She has children. I'm assuming you're done with that, or do you want more kids?
I do not want more kids.
Okay. Strong 300K or more policy, correct?
Correct.
All right. And all right, let's do it, Ella. This is Ella. How do you want the guy to reach out to you? Oh, she'll date 30 and above. How do you want the guy to reach out to you?
You can reach me on Instagram, and that is ms_PRISS360.
Let's do it again. So spell it slowly.
MS_.
Instagram page?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 808. SS808. That's Chris 808. I'm getting it.
Wait.
Yep, that's me.
Ella girl, you know, we're gonna agree to disagree, but it's ERISS808. Ella girl, you know, we're gonna agree to disagree, but it's your life, and that's the great thing about it. Any decision that you make is not gonna affect me, it's gonna affect you. And the one thing that you said is you will have a vibrator before you don't have what on your list, and that is your life, and you have the right to say that and accept whatever comes with it. Well, but I would like for you to keep me posted and let me know if the man on that paper exists and reaches out to you.
Thank you, Kendra. You have a wonderful night.
You too, baby. Bye, boo.
Bye.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's see what
All right, and that was Ella, Cynthia's sister, I think.
I want to point out that, like, I just feel so turned off by Kendra right now because the energy she's giving this random Black woman is so starkly different than the energy she gave a white girl that came for her and wouldn't have, and even if there was a mix-up, a mishap, whatever, a white girl who said that yellow bone is what he wants. So he mocked and shamed two Black women, and Kendra's Black, and she's looking at this other Black girl trying to humble her. Like, it is giving me such a pause. And I also want to point out that we're still talking about, you know, her rubbing it in and insinuating she's delusional to literally the point when Ella's leaving. Like, she won't let any of it go. She's big mad that Ella is not seeing that she doesn't deserve and is not qualified for. And it's like, it's giving, oh, the men in my circles are like that, but I don't know, like I've dated that, but why would they want you? And we've already had an experience of seeing a woman do something like that. Like, Kendra, what makes you think you're better than the woman that's in front of you? Like, I don't know. Kendra's definitely giving mean girl. And I didn't like that little quip about how, you know, I know men like that. Like, yeah. So they then cool, you know, and
it's
saying that, oh, go wait for that, and you're allowed to do whatever you want with your life, but you poor little puppet, you'll never find a man that. And it's like, Ella's telling you, I have already, I just don't like them.
And that, I feel like that makes her mad. Like, it upsets her so much to see someone, like, she wanted something to grasp onto so bad. Like, just let her have said, I haven't met a man like that, but I'm still looking. Like, she would have latched onto that. Why would you expect a man like that? You're not even like, it's such a vicious energy, like visceral towards her. The attempt to shame her throughout the whole thing, like you said, even when she's leaving, well, let me know if you ever find that man. We can agree to disagree, like the passiveness and what you said about her saying, I know men like that and they tend to not date women like. And again, that's another one of these in the Black community. I feel like our idea of wealth is that wealth allows degeneracy. Oh, you want to date a wealthy man? He's going to cheat on you. They're more abusive. They only date skinny bimbo women. They only care about looks, and they're just going to be cheating all the time. Like, I feel like there's this perversive way we look at people with wealth in the Black community that I don't really see in other communities, at least not to this extreme. And the reason why I think that is because when you think about somebody wealthy in the white community, usually I'm thinking about doctors, I'm thinking about lawyers, nurse practitioners, or whoever, right? These well-established career men who've gone to college and have done something with their life and been doing it probably for 10, 20 years to the point where they're making an incredible salary off of the life they've established. Versus in the Black community, probably you're going to think about rappers, probably you're going to think about hip hop artists, celebrities, probably you're going to think about football players or basketball players. So the idea that we have around wealth in our community and the type of culture that exists with like lawyers and doctors versus like rappers and literal gangsters who acquire a lot of wealth by selling drugs and putting out music. There's a conflation here with wealth to this type of degenerate culture where you literally cheat on your partner. Whereas what about looking at, I don't know, the black men, I don't know the statistics around this in the community who are lawyers and doctors. And I think it penetrates even their mind due to the way that black culture like permeates everything, regardless of your wealth or status in the black community. But when she says she's around men like that, I don't think she's around men like that, as in men who make more than six figures. I think she's around men who make more than six figures, who are like hip hop artists, who are like rappers, who live in this type of hip hop culture. And we know how hip hop culture is. It's like, it's detrimental towards women. It's like really degenerate. It's like, I have hoes, I'm a cheat, like, it's really degenerate. So I feel like it's another type of fear mongering. Like, you better not date a rich man or he's gonna be abusive. You know how those rich men are, when in reality you're talking about a demographic of men who in your mind are just rappers. And that's what I'm thinking, like rappers, football players specifically. Whereas that's not really as big a thing in other communities
Totally. Like the man who has a chain of convenience stores in the area could make $300K. Like the guy who, you know, is selling, who owns some franchises of McDonald's could have that $300K. Like, I think it's also important to point out that, what are you saying? Ella doesn't meet the requirements. Ella looks young. She's beautiful. She said, I don't think she said she wanted any more children, so she's child free, even though unfortunately her child died tragically, right? Like, and Ella seems like she's down to party. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to diss her, Ella. What I'm saying is that, like, so you're saying that even when you think about what that man wants, you still want you still want the preference to take less. You know what I mean? Like, if you put this type of girl on a pedestal and she's the catch, and then she wants to get her prize for being caught, why are you mad?
And keep
you know what I mean?
Keep in mind, one of the things Kendra does when it comes to women who require that six-figure man, but men of this caliber, you know, they like to cheat. You know, they look for traditional women, right? During the end, when she was like, why would a man be lucky to be with you? Ella was like, to summarize, I'm feminine, fit, friendly. Literally that trifecta that they ask for these so-called high-value men. And I cook, I clean, I'm gonna enrich your life, I'm agreeable. Like, she's literally giving the exchange that you guys talk about, not you, but you guys talk about so frequently when it comes to that type of high-earning, patriarchal, traditional relationship. She's giving everything that the men have expressed that they want, but it's still not enough to save her from being dragged and being slandered and being like told to lower her standard and accept less.
Being treated just another N-word. Because I think that's really what she's saying. You just another N-word.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to, Red Herring said, absolutely, this wrap-up statement, Petty, good night. So I think, you know, if you have any final words, you can wrap us up. And I'm going to end with that and go to night-night.
Okay, I don't have anything else. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming. And with that being said, good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Make sure to like on your way out if you haven't already. Subscribe if you have. Oh, my voice going out. We've been talking for 4 hours, y'all. Subscribe if you have not already. And I will see you guys on the next one, probably this weekend. Bye.